Section 20 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 26, Where was Lord Palmerston? Part 1. Meantime, where was Lord Palmerston? He, of all men, one would think, must have been pleased with the turn things were taking. He had had, from the beginning, little faith in any issue of the negotiations but war. Probably he did not really wish for any other result. We are well inclined to agree with Mr. Kinglake that of all the members of the cabinet he alone clearly saw his way and was satisfied with the prospect. But according to the supposed nature of his office, he had now nothing to do with the war or with foreign affairs, except as every member of the cabinet shares the responsibility of the whole body. He had apparently about as much to do with the war as the Postmaster General or the Chancellor for the Duchy of Lancaster might have had. He had accepted the office of Home Secretary. He had declared that he did not choose to be Foreign Secretary any more. He affirmed that he wanted to learn something about home affairs and to get to understand his countrymen and so forth. He was really very busy all this time in his new duties. Lord Palmerston was a remarkably efficient and successful Home Secretary. His unceasing activity loved to show itself in whatever department he might be called upon to occupy. He brought to the somewhat prosaic duties of his new office not only all the virile energy, but also all the enterprise which he had formerly shown in managing revolutions and dictating to foreign courts. The ticket of leave system dates from the time of his administration. Our transportation system had broken down, for in fact the colonies would stand it no longer, and it fell to Lord Palmerston to find something to put in its place. And the plan of granting tickets of leave to convicts who had shown that they were capable of regeneration was the outcome of the necessity and of his administration. The measures to abate the smoke nuisance by compelling factories under penalties to consume their own smoke is also the offspring of Palmerston's activity in the Home Office. The Factory Acts were extended by him. He went energetically to work in the shutting up of the graveyards in the metropolis, and in a letter to his brother he declared that he should like to put down beer shops and let shopkeepers sell beer, like oil and vinegar and treacle, to be carried home and drunk with wives and children. This little project is worthy of notice because it illustrates, more fairly perhaps than some far greater plan might do, at once the strength and the weakness of Palmerston's intelligence. He could not see why everything should not be done in a plain, straightforward way, and why the arrangements that were good for the sale of one thing might not be good also for the sale of another. He did not stop to inquire whether, as a matter of fact, beer is a commodity at all like oil and vinegar and treacle, whether the same consequences follow the drinking of beer and the consumption of treacle. His critics said that he was apt to manage his foreign affairs on the same rough and ready principle. If a system suited England, why should it not suit all other places as well? If treacle may be sold safely without any manner of authoritative regulation, why not beer? The answer to the latter question is plain, because treacle is not beer. So people said with Palmerston's constitutional projects for every place. Why should not that which suits England suit also Spain? Because, to begin with, a good many people urged, Spain is not England. There was one department of his duties in which Palmerston was acquiring a new and somewhat odd reputation. That was in his way of answering deputations and letters. The mere routine business of the Home Office, Palmerston writes to his brother, as far as that consists in daily correspondence, is far lighter than that of the Foreign Office, but during a session of Parliament, the whole time of the Secretary of State, up to the time when he must go to the House of Commons, is taken up by deputations of all kinds and interviews with members of Parliament, militia colonels, etc. Lord Palmerston was always civil and cordial. He was full of a peculiar kind of fresh common sense, and always ready to apply it to any subject whatever. He could at any time say some racy thing which set the public wondering and laughing. He gave something like a shock to the Presbytery of Edinburgh when they wrote to him through the moderator to ask whether a national fast ought not to be appointed in consequence of the appearance of cholera. Lord Palmerston gravely admonished the Presbytery that the Maker of the universe had appointed certain laws of nature for the planet on which we live, and that the weal or woe of mankind depends on the observance of those laws. One of them connecting health with the absence of those noxious exhalations which proceed from overcrowded human beings, or from decomposing substances, whether animal or vegetable. He therefore recommended that the purification of towns and cities should be more strenuously carried on, and remarked that the causes and sources of contagion, if allowed to remain, will infallibly breed pestilence and be fruitful in death, in spite of all the prayers and fastings of a united but inactive nation. When Lord Stanley of Alderley applied to Lord Palmerston for a special permission for a deceased dignitary of a church to be buried under the roof of the sacred building, the Home Secretary declined to accede to the request in a letter that might have come from or might have delighted Sydney Smith. What special connection is there between church dignities and the privilege of being decomposed under the feet of survivors? Do you seriously mean to imply that a soul is more likely to go to heaven because the body which it inhabited lies decomposing under the pavement of a church instead of being placed in a churchyard? England is, I believe, the only country in which in these days people accumulate putrefying dead bodies amid the dwellings of the living, and as to burying bodies under thronged churches, you might as well put them under libraries, drawing-rooms, and dining-rooms. Lord Palmerston did not see what a very large field of religious and philosophical controversy he opened up by some of his arguments, both as to the fasting and as to the burial in churchyards. He only saw for the moment what appeared to him the healthy common-sense aspect of the position he had taken up, and did not think or care about what other positions he might be surrendering by the very act. He had not a poetic or philosophic mind. In clearing his intelligence from all that he would have called prejudice or superstition, he had cleared out also much of the deeper sympathetic faculty, which enables one man to understand the feelings and get at the springs of conduct in the breasts of other men. No one can doubt that his jaunty way of treating grave and disputed subjects offended many pure and simple minds. Yet it was a mistake to suppose that mere levity dictated his way of dealing with the prejudices of others. He had often given the question his deepest attention, and come to a conclusion with as much thought as his temperament would have allowed to any subject. The difference between him and graver men was that when he had come to a conclusion seriously, he loved to express his views humorously. He resembled in this respect some of the greatest and the most earnest men of his time. Count Cavour delighted in jocose and humorous answers. So did President Lincoln. So at one period of his public career did Prince Bismarck. But there can be no doubt that Palmerston often made enemies by his seeming levity, when another man could easily have made friends by saying just the same thing in grave words. The majority of the House of Commons liked him because he amused them and made them laugh, and they thought no more of the matter. But the war is now fairly launched, and Palmerston is to all appearances what would be vulgarly called out of the swim. Every eye was turned to him. He was like Pitt, standing up on one of the back benches to support the administration of Addington. For years he had been identified with the Foreign Office, and with that sort of foreign policy which would seem best suited to the atmosphere of war. And now war is on foot, and Palmerston is in the Home Office, pleasantly chaffing militia colonels and making sensitive theologians angry by the flippancy of his replies. Perhaps there was something flattering to Palmerston's feeling of self-love in the curious wonder with which people turned their eyes upon him during that interval. Everyone seemed to ask how the country was to get on without him and to manage its foreign affairs, and when he would be good enough to come down from his quiet seat in the Home Office and assume what seemed his natural duties. A famous tenor singer of our day once had some quarrel with his manager. The singer withdrew from the company, Someone else had to be put in his place. On the first night, when the new man made his appearance before the public, the great singer was seen in a box calmly watching the performance like any other of the audience. The new man turned out a failure. The eyes of the house began to fix themselves upon the one who could sing, and who was sitting as unconcernedly in his box as if he never meant to sing any more. The audience at first were incredulous. It was in a great provincial city where the singer had always been a prime favourite. They could not believe that they were in good faith to be expected to put up with bad singing while he was there. At last their patience gave way. They insisted on the one singer leaving his place on the stage, and the other coming down from his box and his easy attitude of unconcern, and resuming what they regarded as his proper part. They would have their way, they carried their point, and the man who could sing was compelled at last to return to the scene of his old triumphs and sing for them again. The attitude of Lord Palmerston, and the manner in which the public were turned upon him during the early days of the war, could hardly be illustrated more effectively than by this story. As yet, the only wonder was why he did not take somehow the directorship of affairs. The time was to come when the general voice would insist upon his doing so. One day a startling report ran through all circles. It was given out that Palmerston had actually resigned. So far was he from any intention of taking on himself the direction of affairs, even of war or of foreign affairs, that he appeared to have gone out of the ministry altogether. The report was confirmed. Palmerston actually had resigned. It was at once asserted that his resignation was caused by difference of opinion between him and his colleagues on the Eastern policy of the government. But on the other hand, it was as stoutly affirmed that the difference of opinion had only to do with the new Reform Bill which Lord John Russell was preparing to introduce. Now it is certain that Lord Palmerston did differ in opinion with Lord John Russell on the subject of his Reform Bill. It is certain that this was the avowed cause, and the only cause, of Palmerston's resignation. But it is equally certain that the real cause of the resignation was the conviction in Palmerston's mind that his colleagues were not up to the demands of the crisis in regard to the Eastern War. Lord Palmerston's letters to his brother on the subject are amusing. They resemble some of the epistles which used to pass between suspected lovers in old days, in which the words are so arranged that the sentences conveyed an obvious meaning good enough for the eye of jealous authority, but had a very different tale to tell to the one being for whom the truth was intended. Lord Palmerston gives his brother a long and circumstantial account of the differences about the Reform Bill, and about the impossibility of a Home Secretary either supporting by speech a bill he did not like, or sitting silent during the whole discussion on it in the House of Commons. He shows that he could not possibly do otherwise under such trying circumstances than resign. The whole letter, until we come to the very last paragraph, is about the Reform Bill and nothing else. One might suppose that nothing else whatever was entering into the writer's thoughts. But at the end, Palmerston just remembers to add that the Times was telling an untruth when it said that there had been no difference in the Cabinet about Eastern affairs. For, in fact, there had been some little lack of agreement on the subject, but it would have looked rather silly, Palmerston thinks, if he were to have gone out of office merely because he could not have his own way about Turkish affairs. Exactly. And in a few days after, Palmerston was induced to withdraw his resignation and to remain in the government, and then he wrote to his brother again, explaining how and all about it. He explains that several members of the Cabinet told him they considered the details of the Reform Bill quite open to discussion and so forth. Their earnest representations, and the knowledge that the Cabinet had on Thursday taken a decision on Turkish affairs in entire accordance with opinions which I had long unsuccessfully pressed upon them, decided me to withdraw my resignation, which I did yesterday. Of course, Lord Palmerston quietly adds, what I say to you about the Cabinet decision on Turkish affairs is entirely for yourself, and not to be mentioned to anybody, but it is very important and will give the Allied squadrons the command of the Black Sea. All this was very prudent, of course, and very prettily arranged. but we doubt whether a single man in England who cared anything about the whole question was imposed upon for one moment. Nobody believed that at such a time Lord Palmerston would have gone out of office because he did not quite like the details of a Reform Bill, or that the Cabinet would have obstinately clung to such a scheme just then in spite of his opposition. Indeed, the first impression of everyone was that Palmerston had gone out only in order to come back again much stronger than before, and that he resigned when he could not have his way in Eastern affairs, and that he would resume office empowered to have his way in everything. The explanations about the Reform Bill found as impatient listeners among the public at large as the desperate attempts of the young heroine in She Stoops to Conquer to satisfy honest Tony Lumpkin with her hasty and ill-concocted devices about Shakebag and Green and the rest of them, whose story she pretends to read for him from the letter which is not intended to reach the suspicious ears of his mother. When Lord Palmerston resumed his place in the Ministry, the public at large felt certain that the war spirit was now at last to have its way, and that the dallyings of the peace lovers were over. Nor was England left long to guess at the reason why Lord Palmerston had so suddenly resigned his office and so suddenly returned to it. A great disaster had fallen upon Turkey. Her fleet had been destroyed by the Russians at Sinope in the Black Sea. Sinope is, or was, a considerable seaport town and naval station belonging to Turkey and standing on a rocky promontory on the southern shore of the Black Sea. On November 30th, 1853, the Turkish squadron was lying there at anchor. The squadron consisted of 7 frigates, a sloop, and a steamer. It had no ship of the line. The Russian fleet, consisting of 6 ships of the line and some steamers, had been cruising about the Black Sea for several days previously, issuing from Sebastopol and making an occasional swoop now and then as if to bear down upon the Turkish squadron. The Turkish commander was quite aware of the danger and pressed for reinforcements, but nothing was done, either by the Turkish government or by the ambassadors of the Allies at Constantinople. On November 30th, however, the Sebastopol fleet did actually bear down upon the Turkish vessels lying at Sinope. The Turks, seeing that an attack was coming at last, not only accepted but even anticipated it, for they were the first to fire. The fight was hopeless for them. They fought with all the desperate energy of fearless and unconquerable men, unconquerable at least in the sense that they would not yield. But the odds were too much against them to give them any chance. Either they would not haul down their flag, which is very likely, or if they did strike their colours, the Russian admiral did not see the signal. The fight went on until the whole Turkish squadron, save for the steamer, was destroyed. It was asserted on official authority that more than 4,000 Turks were killed, that the survivors hardly numbered 400, and that of these every man was wounded. Sinope itself was much shattered and battered by the Russian fleet. The affair was at once the destruction of the Turkish ships and an attack upon Turkish territory. End of section 20. Section 21 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 2 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 26, Where was Lord Palmerston? Part 2. This was the massacre of Sinope. When the news came to England, there arose one cry of grief and anger and shame. It was regarded as a deliberate act of treachery, consummated amid conditions of the most hideous barbarity. A clamour arose against the Emperor of Russia, as if he were a monster outside the pale of civilized law, like some of the furious and treacherous despots of medieval Asiatic history. Mr. Kinglake has shown, and indeed the sequence of events must in time have shown everyone, that there was no foundation for these accusations. The attack was not treacherous but openly made, not sudden but clearly announced by previous acts and long expected, as we have seen, by the Turkish commander himself, and it was not in breach even of the courtesies of war. Russia and Turkey were not only formally but actually at war. The Turks were the first to begin the actual military operations. More than 5 weeks before the affair at Sinope, they had opened the business by firing from a fortress on a Russian flotilla. A few days after this act, they crossed the Danube at Vidin and occupied Caliphate, and for several days they had fought under Omar Pasha with brilliant success against the Russians at Oltenitsa. All England had been enthusiastic about the bravery which the Turks had shown at Oltenitsa, and the success which had attended their first encounter with the enemy. It was hardly to be expected that the Emperor of Russia would only fight where he was at a disadvantage, and refrain from attack where his power was overwhelming. Still, there was an impression among English and French statesmen that while negotiations for peace were actually going on between the Western powers and Russia, and while the fleets of England and France were remaining peacefully at anchor in the Bosphorus, whither they had been summoned by this time, the Russian Emperor would abstain from complicating matters by making use of his Sebastopol fleet. Nothing could have been more unwise than to act upon an impression of this kind as if it were a regular agreement. But the English public did not understand at that moment the actual condition of things, and may well have supposed that if our government seemed secure and content, there must have been some definite arrangement to create so happy a condition of mind. It may look strange to readers now surveying this chapter of past history with cool, unimpassioned mind, that anybody could have believed in the existence of any arrangement by virtue of which Turkey could be at war with Russia and not at war with her at the same time, which would have allowed Turkey to strike her enemy when and how she pleased, and would have restricted the enemy to such time, place, and method of retort as might suit the convenience of the neutral powers. But at the time, when the true state of affairs was little known in England, the account of the massacre of Sinope was received as if it had been the tale of some unparalleled act of treachery and savagery, and the eagerness of the country for war against Russia became inflamed to actual passion. It was at that moment that Palmerston resigned his office. The cabinet was still not prepared to go as far as he would have gone. They had believed that the Sebastopol fleet would do nothing as long as the Western powers kept talking about peace. They now believed perhaps that the Emperor of Russia would say he was very sorry for what had been done, and promised not to do so any more. Lord Palmerston, supported by the urgent pressure of the Emperor of the French, succeeded, however, in at last overcoming their determination. It was agreed that some decisive announcement should be made to the Emperor of Russia on the part of England and France, and Lord Palmerston resumed his place, master of the situation. This was the decision of which he had spoken in his letter to his brother, the decision which he said he had long unsuccessfully pressed upon his colleagues, and which would give the Allied squadrons the command of the Black Sea. It was, in fact, an intimation to Russia that France and England were resolved to prevent any repetition of the Sinope affair, that their squadrons would enter the Black Sea with orders to request, and if necessary to constrain, every Russian ship met in the Euxine to return to Sebastopol, and to repel by force any act of aggression afterwards attempted against the Ottoman territory or flag. This was not, it should be observed, simply an intimation to the Emperor of Russia that the great powers would impose and enforce the neutrality of the Black Sea. It was an announcement that if the flag of Russia dared to show itself on that sea which washed Russia's southern shores, the warships of 2 far foreign states, taking possession of those waters, would pull it down or compel those who bore it to fly ignominiously into port. This was, in fact, war. Of course, Lord Palmerston knew this. Because it meant war, he accepted it and returned to his place, well pleased with the way in which things were going. From his point of view, he was perfectly right. He had been consistent all through. He believed from the first that the pretensions of Russia would have to be put down by force of arms, and could not be put down in any other way. He believed that the danger to England from the aggrandizement of Russia was a capital danger, calling for any extent of national sacrifice to avert it. He believed that a war with Russia was inevitable, and he preferred taking it sooner to taking it later. He believed that an alliance with the Emperor of the French was desirable, and a war with Russia would be the best means of making this effective. Lord Palmerston, therefore, was determined not to remain in the Cabinet unless some strenuous measures were taken, and now, as on a memorable former occasion, he understood better than anyone else the prevailing temper of the English people. When the resolution of the Western cabinets was communicated to the Emperor of Russia, he withdrew his representatives from London and Paris. On February 21st, 1854, the diplomatic relations between Russia and the two Allied powers were brought to a stop. 6 weeks before this, the English and French fleets had entered the Black Sea. The interval was filled up with renewed efforts to bring about a peaceful arrangement, which were conducted with as much gravity as if anyone believed in the possibility of their success. The Emperor of the French, who always loved letter writing and delighted in what Cobden once happily called the monumental style, wrote to the Russian Emperor, appealing to him professedly in the interests of peace to allow an armistice to be signed, and to let the belligerent forces on both sides retire from the places to which motives of war had led them, and then to negotiate a convention with the Sultan which might be submitted to a conference of the four powers. If Russia would not do this, then Louis Napoleon, undertaking to speak in the name of the Queen of Great Britain, as well as of himself, intimated that France and England would be compelled to leave to the chances of war what might now be decided by reason and justice. The Emperor Nicholas replied that he had claimed nothing but what was confirmed by treaties, that his conditions were perfectly well known, that he was still willing to treat on these conditions, but if Russia were driven to arms, then he quietly observed that he had no doubt that she could hold her own as well in 1854 as she had done in 1812. That year, 1812, it is hardly necessary to say, was the year of the burning of Moscow and the disastrous retreat of the French. We can easily understand what faith in the possibility of a peaceful arrangement the Russian Emperor must have had when he made the allusion, and the French Emperor must have had when he met his eye. Of course, if Louis Napoleon had had the faintest belief in any good result to come of his letter, he would never have closed it with the threat which provoked the Russian sovereign into his insufferable rejoinder. The correspondence might remind one of that which is said to have passed between two Irish chieftains. "Pay me my tribute," wrote the one, "or else." "I owe you no tribute," replied the other, "and if—" England's ultimatum to Russia was dispatched on February 27th, 1854. It was conveyed in a letter from Lord Clarendon to Count Nesselrode. It declared that the British government had exhausted all the efforts of negotiation, and was compelled to announce that if Russia should decline to restrict within purely diplomatic limits the discussion in which she has for some time past been engaged with the Sublime Porte, and does not, by return of the messenger who is the bearer of my present letter, announce her intention of causing the Russian troops under Prince Gortschakoff to commence their march with a view to recross the Prut, so that the provinces of Moldavia and Wallachia shall be completely evacuated on April 30th next, the British government must consider the refusal or the silence of the Cabinet of St. Petersburg as equivalent to a declaration of war, and will take its measures accordingly. It is not perhaps very profitable work for the historian to criticize the mere terms of a document announcing a course of action which long before its issue had become inevitable. But it is worth while remarking perhaps that it would have been better and more dignified to confine the letter to the simple demand for the evacuation of the Danubian provinces. To ask Russia to promise that her controversy with the Porte should be thenceforward restricted within purely diplomatic limits was to make a demand with which no great power would, or indeed could, undertake to comply. A member of the Peace Society itself might well hesitate to give a promise that a dispute in which he was engaged should be for ever confined within purely diplomatic limits. In any case, it was certain that Russia would not now make any concessions tending toward peace. The messenger who was the bearer of the letter was ordered not to wait more than 6 days for an answer. On the 5th day the messenger was informed by word of mouth from Count Nesselrode that the Emperor did not think it becoming in him to give any reply to the letter. The die was cast. Rather truly the fact was recorded that the die had been cast. A few days after, a crowd assembled in front of the Royal Exchange to watch the performance of a ceremonial that had been little known to the living generation. The sergeant-at-arms, accompanied by some of the officials of the city, read from the steps of the Royal Exchange Her Majesty's declaration of war against Russia. The causes of the declaration of war were set forth in an official statement published in the London Gazette. This document is an interesting and a valuable state paper. It recites with clearness and deliberation the successive steps by which the Allied powers had been led to the necessity of an armed intervention in the controversy between Turkey and Russia. It described, in the first place, the complaint of the Emperor of Russia against the Sultan with reference to the claims of the Greek and Latin churches, and the arrangement promoted satisfactorily by Her Majesty's ambassador at Constantinople for rendering justice to the claim, an arrangement to which no exception was taken by the Russian government. Then came the sudden unmasking of the other and quite different claims of Prince Menshikov, the nature of which in the first instance he endeavoured as far as possible to conceal from Her Majesty's ambassador. These claims, thus studiously concealed, affected not merely or at all the privileges of the Greek Church at Jerusalem, but the position of many millions of Turkish subjects in their relations to their sovereign, the Sultan. The declaration recalled the various attempts that were made by the Queen's government in conjunction with the governments of France, Austria, and Prussia to meet any just demands of the Russian Emperor without affecting the dignity and independence of the Sultan, and showed that if the object of Russia had been solely to secure their proper privileges and immunities for the Christian populations of the Ottoman Empire, the offers that were made could not have failed to meet that object. Her Majesty's government, therefore, held it as manifest that what Russia was really seeking was not the happiness of the Christian communities of Turkey, but the right to interfere in the ordinary relations between Turkish subjects and their sovereign. The Sultan refused to consent to this and declared war in self-defence. Yet the government of Her Majesty did not renounce all hope of restoring peace between the contending parties until advice and remonstrance proved wholly in vain, and Russia continued to extend her military preparations. Her Majesty felt called upon, by regard for an ally, the integrity and independence of whose empire had been recognized as essential to the peace of Europe, by the sympathies of her people with right against wrong, by desire to avert from her dominions most injurious consequences, and to save Europe from the preponderance of a power which has violated the faith of treaties and defies the opinion of the civilized world, to take up arms in conjunction with the Emperor of the French for the defence of the Sultan. Some passages of this declaration have invited criticism from English historians. It opens, for example, with a statement of the fact that the efforts for an arrangement were made by Her Majesty in conjunction with France, Austria, and Prussia. It speaks of this concert of the four powers down almost to the very close, and then it suddenly breaks off and announces that in consequence of all that has happened, Her Majesty has felt compelled to take up arms in conjunction with the Emperor of the French. What strange diplomatic mismanagement, it was asked, has led to this singular non sequitur? Why, after having carried on the negotiations through all their various stages with 3 other great powers, all of them supposed to be equally interested in a settlement of the question, is England at the last moment compelled to take up arms with only one of those powers as an ally? The principal reason for the separation of the two Western powers of Europe from the other great states was found in the condition of Prussia. Prussia was then greatly under the influence of the Russian court. The Prussian sovereign was related to the Emperor of Russia, and his kingdom was almost overshadowed by Russian influence. Prussia had come to occupy a lower position in Europe than she had ever before held during her existence as a kingdom. It seemed almost marvellous how by any process the country of the great Frederick could have sunk to such a condition of insignificance. She had been compelled to stoop to Austria after the events of 1848. The King of Prussia, tampering with the offers of the strong national party, who desired to make him Emperor of Germany, now moving forward and now drawing back, letting I dare not wait upon I would, was suddenly pulled up by Austria. The famous arrangement, called afterwards the humiliation of Olmütz, and so completely revenged at Sadowa, compelled him to drop all his triflings with nationalism and repudiate his former instigators. The King of Prussia was a highly cultured, amiable, literary man. He loved letters and art in a sort of dilettante way. He had good impulses and a weak nature. He was a dreamer, a sort of philosopher manqué. He was unable to make up his mind to any momentous decision until the time for rendering it effective had gone by. A man naturally truthful, he was often led by very weakness into acts that seemed irreconcilable with his previous promises and engagements. He could say witty and sarcastic things, and when political affairs went wrong with him, he could console himself with one or two sharp sayings only heard of by those immediately around him, and then the world might go its way for him. He was like Rob Roy, o'er good for banning and o'er bad for blessing. Like our own Charles II, he never said a foolish thing and never did a wise one. He ought to have been an aesthetic essayist or a lecturer on art and moral philosophy to young ladies, and an unkind destiny had made him the king of a state specially embarrassed in a most troublous time. So unkindly was popular rumour as well as fate to him that he got the credit in foreign countries of being a stupid sensualist when he was really a man of respectable habits and refined nature, and in England at least the nickname of King Clicquot was long the brand by which the popular and most mistaken impression of his character was signified. End of section 21. Section 22 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 2 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 26, Where was Lord Palmerston? Part 3. The King of Prussia was the elder brother of the present German Emperor. Had the latter been then on the throne, he would probably have taken some timely and energetic decision with regard to the national duty of Prussia during the impending crisis. Right or wrong, he would doubtless have contrived to see his way and make up his mind at an early stage of the European movement. It is by no means to be assumed that he would have taken the course most satisfactory to England and France, but it is likely that his action might have prevented the war, either by rendering the Allied powers far too strong to be resisted by Russia, or by adding to Russia an influence which would have rendered the game of war too formidable to suit the calculations of the Emperor of the French. The actual King of Prussia, however, went so far with the Allies as to lead them for a while to believe that he was going all the way, but at the last moment he broke off, declared that the interests of Prussia did not require or allow him to engage in a war, and left France and England to walk their own road. Austria could not venture upon such a war without the co-operation of Prussia, and indeed the course which the campaign took seemed likely to give both Austria and Prussia a good excuse for assuming that their interests were not closely engaged in the struggle. Austria would most certainly have gone to war if the Emperor of Russia had kept up the occupation of the Danubian principalities, and for that purpose her territorial situation made her irresistible. But when the seat of war was transferred to the Black Sea, and when after a while the Tsar withdrew his troops from the principalities, and Austria occupied them by virtue of a convention with the Sultan, her direct interest in the struggle was reduced almost to nothing. Austria and Prussia were in fact solicited by both sides of the dispute, and at one time it was even thought possible that Prussia might give her aid to Russia. This, however, she refrained from doing. Austria and Prussia made an arrangement between themselves for mutual defence in case the progress of the war should directly imperil the interests of either, and England and France undertook in alliance the task of chastising the presumption and restraining the ambitious designs of Russia. Mr. Kinglake finds much fault with the policy of the English government, on which he lays all the blame of the severance of interest between the two Western states and the other two great powers. But we confess that we do not see how any course within the reach of England could have secured just then the thorough alliance of Prussia, and without such an alliance it would have been vain to expect that Austria would throw herself unreservedly into the policy of the Western powers. It must be remembered that the controversy between Russia and the West really involved several distinct questions, in some of which Prussia had absolutely no direct interest and Austria very little. Let us set out some of these questions separately. There was the Russian occupation of the principalities. In this, Austria frankly acknowledged her capital interest. Its direct bearing was on her more than any other power. It concerned Prussia as it did England and France, inasmuch as it was an evidence of an aggressive purpose which might very seriously threaten the general stability of the institutions of Europe, but Prussia had no closer interest in it. Austria was the state most affected by it, and Austria was the state which could with most effect operate against it, and was always willing and resolute if needs were to do so. Then there was the question of Russia's claim to exercise a protectorate over the Christian populations of Turkey. This concerned England and France in one sense, as part of the general pretensions of Russia, and concerned each of them separately in another sense. To France, it told of a rivalry with the right she claimed to look after the interests of the Latin Church. To England, it spoke of a purpose to obtain a hold over populations nominally subject to the Sultan, which might in time make Russia virtual master of the approaches to our eastern possessions. Austria, too, had a direct interest in repelling these pretensions of Russia, for some of the populations they referred to were on her very frontier. But Prussia can hardly be said to have had any direct national interest in that question at all. Then there came, distinct from all these, the question of the Straits of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus. This question of the Straits, which has so much to do with the whole European aspect of the war, is not to be understood except by those who bear the confirmation of the map of Europe constantly in their minds. The only outlet of Russia on the southern side is the Black Sea. The Black Sea is, save for one little outlet at its southwestern extremity, a huge landlocked lake. That little outlet is the narrow channel called the Bosphorus. Russia and Turkey between them surround the whole of the Black Sea with their territory. Russia has the north and some of the eastern shore. Turkey has all the southern, the Asia Minor shore, and nearly all the western shore. Close the Straits of the Bosphorus, and Russia would be literally locked into the Black Sea. The Bosphorus is a narrow channel, as has been said. It is some 17 miles in length, and in some places it is hardly more than half a mile in breadth. But it is very deep all through, so that ships of war can float close up to its very shores on either side. This channel, in its course, passes between the city of Constantinople and its Asiatic suburb of Scutari. The Bosphorus then opens into the little Sea of Marmora, and out of the Sea of Marmora the way westward is through the channel of the Dardanelles. The Dardanelles form the only passage into the archipelago, and thence into the Mediterranean. The channel of the Dardanelles is, like the Bosphorus, very narrow and very deep, but it pursues its course for some 40 miles. Anyone who holds a map in his hand will see at once how Turkey and Russia alike are affected by the existence of the straits on either extremity of the Sea of Marmora. Close up these straits against vessels of war, and the capital of the Sultan is absolutely unassailable from the sea. Close them up, on the other hand, and the Russian fleet in the Black Sea is absolutely cut off from the Mediterranean and the Western world. But then it has to be remembered that the same act of closing would secure the Russian ports and shores on the Black Sea from the approach of any of the great navies of the West. The Dardanelles and the Bosphorus, being alike such narrow channels and being edged alike by Turkish territory, were not regarded as high seas. The Sultans always claimed the right to exclude foreign ships of war from both the straits. The Treaty of 1841 secured this right to Turkey by the agreement of the 5 great powers of Europe. The treaty acknowledged that the Porte had the right to shut the straits against the armed navies of any foreign power, and the Sultan, for his part, engaged not to allow any such navy to enter either of the straits in time of peace. The closing of the straits had been the subject of a perfect succession of treaties. The Treaty of 1809 between Great Britain and Turkey confirmed by engagement the ancient rule of the Ottoman Empire, forbidding vessels of war at all times to enter the Canal of Constantinople. The Treaty of Unkiar-Skelessi between Russia and Turkey, arising out of Russia's cooperation with the Porte to put down the rebellious movement of Muhammad Ali, the Egyptian vassal of the latter, contained a secret clause binding the Porte to close the Dardanelles against all war vessels whatever, thus shutting Russia's enemies out of the Black Sea, but leaving Russia free to pass the Bosphorus, so far at least as that treaty engagement was concerned. Later, when the great powers of Europe combined to put down the attempts of Egypt, the Treaty of July 13, 1841, made in London, engaged that in time of peace no foreign ships of war should be admitted into the straits of the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles. This treaty was but a renewal of a convention made the year before, while France was still sulking away from the European concert and did nothing more than record her return to it. As matters stood then, the Sultan was not only permitted but bound to close the straits in times of peace, and no navy might enter them without his consent, even in times of war. But in times of war he might, of course, give the permission and invite the presence and cooperation of the armed vessels of a foreign power in the Sea of Marmora. By this treaty the Black Sea fleet of Russia became literally a Black Sea fleet, and could no more reach the Mediterranean and Western Europe than a boat on the Lake of Lucerne could do. Naturally, Russia chafed at this, but at the same time she was not willing to see the restriction withdrawn in favour of an arrangement that would leave the Straits, and consequently the Black Sea, open to the navies of France and England. Her supremacy in Eastern Europe would count for little. Her power of coercing Turkey would be sadly diminished if the war flag of England, for example, were to float side by side with her own in front of Constantinople or in the Euxine. Therefore it was natural that the ambition of Russia should tend toward the ultimate possession of Constantinople and the Straits for herself. But as this was an ambition the fulfilment of which seemed far off and beset with vast dangers, her object meanwhile was to gain as much influence and ascendancy as possible over the Ottoman government, and to make it practically the vassal of Russia, and in any case to prevent any other great power from obtaining the influence and ascendancy which she coveted for herself. Now the tendency of this ambition, and of all the intermediate claims and disputes with regard to the opening or closing of the Straits, was of importance in Europe generally as a part of Russian aggrandizement. But of the great powers they concerned England most, France as a Mediterranean and a naval power, Austria only in a third and remoter degree, and Prussia at the time of King Frederick William least of all. It is not surprising, therefore, that the two Western powers were not able to carry their accord with Prussia to the extent of an alliance in war against Russia. and it was hardly possible then for Austria to go on if Prussia insisted on drawing back. Thus it came that at a certain point of the negotiations Prussia fell off absolutely or nearly so, Austria undertook but a conditional co-operation, of which, as it happened, the conditions did not arise, and the Queen of England announced that she had taken up arms against Russia in conjunction with the Emperor of the French. To the great majority of the English people this war was popular. It was popular partly because of the natural and inevitable reaction against the doctrines of peace and mere trading prosperity which had been preached somewhat too pertinaciously for some time before. But it was popular too because of its novelty. It was like a return to the youth of the world, when England found herself once more preparing for the field. It was like the pouring of new blood into old veins. The public had grown impatient of the common saying of foreign capitals that England had joined the Peace Society and would never be seen in battle any more. Mr. Kinglake is right when he says that the doctrines of the Peace Society had never taken any hold of the higher classes in this country at all. They had never, we may venture to add, taken any real hold of the humbler classes, of the working men, for example. The well-educated, thoughtful middle class, who knew how much of worldly happiness depends on a regular income, moderate taxation, and a comfortable home, supplied most of the advocates of peace, as it was scornfully said, at any price. Let us say in justice to a very noble and very futile doctrine that there were no persons in England who advocated peace at any price, in the ignominious sense which hostile critics pressed upon the words. There was a small, a serious, and a very respectable body of persons who, out of the purest motives of conscience, held that all war was criminal and offensive to the Deity. They were for peace at any price, exactly as they were for truth at any price or conscience at any price. They were opposed to war as they were to falsehood or to impiety. It seemed as natural to them that a man should die unresisting rather than resist and kill, as it does to most persons who profess any sentiment of religion or even of honour, that a man should die rather than abjure the faith he believes in, or tell a lie. It is assumed, as a matter of course, that any Englishman worthy of the name would have died by any torture tyranny could put on him, rather than perform the old ceremony of trampling on the crucifix, which certain heathen states were said to have sometimes insisted on as the price of a captive's freedom. To the believers in the peace doctrine, the act of war was a trampling on the crucifix, which brought with it evil consequences unspeakably worse than the mere performance of a profane ceremonial. To declare that they would rather suffer any earthly penalty of defeat or national servitude than take part in a war was only consistent with the great creed of their lives. It ought not to have been held as any reproach to them. Even those who, like this writer, have no personal sympathy with such a belief, and who hold that a war in a just cause is an honour to a nation, may still recognize the purity and nobleness of the principle which inspired the votaries of peace and do honour to it. But these men were in any case not many at the time when the Crimean War broke out. They had very little influence on the course of the national policy. They were assailed with a flippant and a somewhat ignoble ridicule. The worst reproach that could be given to men like Mr. Cobden and Mr. Bright was to accuse them of being members of the Peace Society. It does not appear that either man was a member of the actual organization. Mr. Bright's religious creed made him necessarily a votary of peace. Mr. Cobden had attended meetings called with the futile purpose of establishing peace among nations by the operation of good feeling and of common sense. But for a considerable time the temper of the English people was such as to render any talk about peace not only unprofitable, but perilous to the very cause of peace itself. Some of the leading members of the Peace Society did actually get up a deputation to the Emperor Nicholas to appeal to his better feelings, and of course they were charmed by the manners of the Emperor, who made it his business to be in a very gracious humour, and spoke them fair, and introduced them in the most unceremonious way to his wife. Such a visit counted for nothing in Russia, and at home it only tended to make people angry and impatient, and to put the cause of peace in greater jeopardy than ever. Viewed as a practical influence, the peace doctrine as completely broke down as a general resolution against the making of money might have done during the time of the mania for speculation in railway shares. But it did not merely break down of itself. It carried some great influences down with it for the time, influences that were not a part of itself. The eloquence that had coerced the intellect and reasoning power of Peel into a complete surrender to the doctrines of free trade, the eloquence that had aroused the populations of all the cities of England and had conquered the House of Commons, was destined now to call aloud to solitude. Mr. Cobden and Mr. Bright addressed their constituents and their countrymen in vain. The fact that they were believed to be opposed on principle to all wars put them out of court in public estimation, as Mr. Kinglake justly observes, when they went about to argue against this particular war. In the Cabinet itself there were men who disliked the idea of a war quite as much as they did. Lord Aberdeen detested war, and thought it so absurd a way of settling national disputes that almost until the first cannon shot had been fired he could not bring himself to believe in the possibility of the intelligent English people being drawn into it. Mr. Gladstone had a conscientious and a sensitive objection to war in general as a brutal and an unchristian occupation, although his feelings would not have carried him so far away as to prevent his recognition of the fact that war might often be a just, a necessary, and a glorious undertaking on the part of a civilized nation. The difficulties of the hour were considerably enhanced by the differences of opinion that prevailed in the Cabinet. There were other differences there as well as those that belonged to the mere abstract question of the glory or the guilt of war. It soon became clear that two parties of the Cabinet looked on the war and its objects with different eyes and interests. Lord Palmerston wanted simply to put down Russia and uphold Turkey. Others were specially concerned for the Christian populations of Turkey and their better government. Lord Palmerston not merely thought that the interests of England called for some check to the aggressiveness of Russia, he liked the Turk for himself. He had faith in the future of Turkey. He went so far even as to proclaim his belief in the endurance of her military power. Give Turkey single-handed a fair chance, he argued, and she would beat Russia. He did not believe either in the disaffection of the Christian populations or in the stories of their oppression. He regarded all these stories as part of the plans and inventions of Russia. He had no half-beliefs in the matter at all. The Christian populations and their grievances he regarded in plain language as mere humbugs. He looked upon the Turk as a very fine fellow, whom all chivalric minds ought to respect. He believed all that was said upon the one side and nothing upon the other. He had made up his mind to this long ago, and no arguments or facts could now shake his convictions. A belief of this kind may have been very unphilosophic. It was undoubtedly, in many respects, the birth of mere prejudice independent of fact or reasoning. But the temper born of such a belief is exactly that which should have the making of a war entrusted to it. Lord Palmerston saw his way straight before him. The brave Turk had to be supported, the wicked Russian had to be put down. On one side there was Lord Aberdeen, who did not believe anyone seriously meant to be so barbarous as to go to war, and Mr. Gladstone, who shrank from war in general, and was not yet quite certain whether England had any right to undertake this war, the two being furthermore concerned far more for the welfare of Turkey's Christian subjects than for the stability of Turkey or the humiliation of Russia. On the other side was Lord Palmerston, gay, resolute, clear as to his own purpose, convinced to the heart's core of everything which just then it was for the advantage of his cause to believe. It was impossible to doubt on which side were to be found the materials for the successful conduct of the enterprise which was now so popular with the country. The most conscientious men might differ about the prudence or the moral propriety of the war, but to those who once accepted its necessity and wished our side to win, there could be no possible doubt, even for members of the Peace Society, as to the importance of having Lord Palmerston either at the head of affairs or in charge of the war itself. The moment the war actually broke out, it became evident to everyone that Palmerston's interval of comparative inaction and obscurity was well nigh over. End of section 22. Section 23 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 27, The Invasion of the Crimea, Part 1. England then and France entered the war as allies. Lord Raglan, formerly Lord Fitzroy Somerset, an old pupil of the great Duke in the Peninsular War, and who had lost his right arm serving under Wellington at Waterloo, was appointed to command the English forces. Marshal Saint-Arnaud, a bold, brilliant soldier of fortune, was entrusted by the Emperor of the French with the leadership of the soldiers of France. The Allied forces went out to the east and assembled at Varna on the Black Sea shore, from which they were to make their descent on the Crimea. The war, meantime, had gone badly for the Emperor of Russia in his attempt to crush the Turks. The Turks had found in Omar Pasha a commander of remarkable ability and energy, and they had in one or two instances received the unexpected aid and counsel of clever and successful Englishmen. A singularly brilliant episode in the opening part of the war was the defence of the earthworks of Silistra on the Bulgarian bank of the Danube by a body of Turkish troops under the direction of two young Englishmen, Captain Butler of the Ceylon Rifles and Lieutenant Naismith of the East India Company's service. These young soldiers had voluntarily undertaken the danger and responsibility of the defence. Butler was killed, but the Russians were completely foiled and had to raise the siege. At Giorgio and other places the Russians were likewise repulsed, and the invasion of the Danubian provinces was already to all intents a failure. Mr. Kinglake and other writers have argued that but for the ambition of the Emperor of the French and the excited temper of the English people, the war might well have ended then and there. The Emperor of Russia had found, it is contended, that he could not maintain an invasion of European Turkey. His fleet was confined to its ports in the Black Sea, and there was nothing for him but to make peace. But we confess we do not see with what propriety or wisdom the Allies, having entered on the enterprise at all, could have abandoned it at such a moment and allowed the Tsar to escape thus merely scotched. However brilliant and gratifying the successes obtained against the Russians, they were but a series of what might be called outpost actions. They could not be supposed to have tested the resources of Russia or weakened her strength. They had humbled and vexed her just enough to make her doubly resentful and no more. It seems impossible to suppose that such trivial disasters could have affected in the slightest degree the historic march of Russian ambition, supposing such a movement to exist. If we allow the purpose with which England entered the war to be just and reasonable, then we think the instinct of the English people was sound and true, which would have refused to allow Russia to get off with one or two trifling checks and to nurse her wrath and keep her vengeance waiting for a better chance some other time. The Allies went on. They sailed from Varna for the Crimea, nearly 3 months after the raising of the siege of Silistra. There is much discussion as to the original author of the project for the invasion of the Crimea. The Emperor Napoleon has had it ascribed to him. So has Lord Palmerston. So has the Duke of Newcastle. So, according to Mr. Kinglake, has the Times newspaper. It does not much concern us to know in whom the idea originated, but it is of some importance to know that it was essentially a civilian's and not a soldier's idea. It took possession almost simultaneously, so far as we can observe, of the minds of several statesmen, and it had a sudden fascination for the public. The Emperor Nicholas had raised and sheltered his Black Sea fleet at Sebastopol. That fleet had sailed forth from Sebastopol to commit what was called the Massacre of Sinope. Sebastopol was the great arsenal of Russia. It was the point from which Turkey was threatened, from which it was universally believed the embodied ambition of Russia was one day to make its most formidable effort of aggression. Within the fence of its vast sea forts the fleet of the Black Sea lay screened. From the moment when the vessels of England and France entered the Euxine, the Russian fleet had withdrawn behind the curtain of these defences, and was seen upon the open waves no more. If, therefore, Sebastopol could be taken or destroyed, it would seem as if the whole material fabric, put together at such cost and labour for the execution of the schemes of Russia, would be shattered at a blow. There seemed a dramatic justice in the idea. It could not fail to commend itself to the popular mind. Mr. Kinglake has given the world an amusing picture of the manner in which the dispatch of the Duke of Newcastle ordering the invasion of the Crimea, for it really amounted to an order, was read to his colleagues in the Cabinet. It was a dispatch of the utmost importance, for the terms in which it pressed the project on Lord Raglan really rendered it almost impossible for the Commander-in-Chief to use his own discretion. It ought to have been considered sentence by sentence, word by word. It was read, Mr. Kinglake affirms, to a number of Cabinet ministers, most of whom had fallen fast asleep. The day was warm, he says. The dispatch was long. The reading was somewhat monotonous. Most of those who tried to listen found the soporific influence irresistible. As Sam Weller would have said, poppies were nothing to it. The statesman fell asleep, and there was no alteration made in the dispatch. All this is very amusing, and it is, we believe, true enough, that at the particular meeting to which Mr. Kinglake refers there was a good deal of nodding of sleepy heads and closing of tired eyelids. But it is not fair to say that these slumbers had anything to do with the subsequent events of the war. The reading of the dispatch was purely a piece of formality, for the project it was to recommend had been discussed very fully before, and the minds of most members of the Cabinet were finally made up. The 28th of June, 1854, was the day of the slumbering Cabinet. But Lord Palmerston had during the whole of the previous fortnight at least been urging on the Cabinet, and on individual members of it separately, the Duke of Newcastle in especial, the project of an invasion of the Crimea and an attempt on Sebastopol. With all the energy and strenuousness of his nature, he had been urging this by arguments in the Cabinet, by written memoranda for the consideration of each member of the Cabinet separately, and by long earnest letters addressed to particular members of the Cabinet. Many of these documents, of the existence of which Mr. Kinglake was doubtless not aware when he set down his vivacious and satirical account of the sleeping Cabinet, have since been published. The plan had also been greatly favoured and much urged by the Emperor of the French before the day of the sleep of the statesman. Indeed, as has been said already, he receives from many persons the credit of having originated it. The plan, therefore, good or bad, was thoroughly known to the Cabinet, and had been argued for and against over and over again before the Duke of Newcastle read aloud to drowsy ears the dispatch recommending it to the Commander-in-Chief of the British forces in the field. The perusal of the dispatch was mere form. It would indeed have been better if the most wearied statesman had contrived to pay a full attention to it, but the want of such respect in no wise affected the policy of the country. It is a pity to have to spoil so amusing a story as Mr. Kinglake's, but the commonplace truth has to be told, that the invasion of the Crimea was not due to the crotchet of one minister and the drowsiness of all the rest. The invasion of the Crimea, however, was not a soldier's project. It was not welcomed by the English or the French commander. It was undertaken by Lord Raglan out of deference to the recommendations of the government, and by Marshal Saint-Arnaud out of deference to the Emperor of the French, and because Lord Raglan too did not see his way to decline the responsibility of it. The Allied forces were therefore conveyed to the south-western shore of the Crimea, and effected a landing in Calamita Bay, a short distance north of the point at which the river Alma runs into the sea. Sebastopol itself lies about 30 miles to the south, and then more southward still. Divided by the bulk of a jutting promontory from Sebastopol is the harbour of Balaclava. The disembarkation began on the morning of September 14th, 1854. It was completed on the 5th day, and there were then about 27,000 English, 30,000 French, and 7,000 Turks landed on the shores of Catherine the Great's Crimea. The landing was effected without any opposition from the Russians. On September 19th, the Allies marched out of their encampments and moved southward in the direction of Sebastopol. They had a skirmish or two with a reconnoitring force of Russian cavalry and Cossacks, but they had no business of genuine war until they reached the nearer bank of the Alma. The Russians, in great strength, had taken up a splendid position on the heights that fringed the other side of the river. The Allied forces reached the Alma about noon on September 20th. They found that they had to cross the river in the face of the Russian batteries armed with heavy guns on the highest point of the hills or bluffs, of scattered artillery, and of dense masses of infantry which covered the hills. The Russians were under the command of Prince Menshikov. It is certain that Prince Menshikov believed his position unassailable, and was convinced that his enemies were delivered into his hands when he saw the Allies approach and attempt to effect the crossing of the river. He had allowed them of deliberate purpose to approach thus far. He might have attacked them on their landing, or on their 2 days' march toward the river, but he did not choose to do anything of the kind. He had carefully sought out a strong and what he considered an impregnable position. He had found it, as he believed, on the south bank of the Alma, and there he was simply biding his time. His idea was that he could hold his ground for some days against the Allies with ease, that he would keep them there, play with them, until the great reinforcements he was expecting could come to him, and then he would suddenly take the offensive and crush the enemy. He proposed to make of the Alma and its banks the grave of the invaders. But with characteristic arrogance and lack of care, he had neglected some of the very precautions which were essentially necessary to secure any position, however strong. He had not taken the pains to make himself certain that every easy access to his position was closed against the attack of the enemy. The attack was made with desperate courage on the part of the Allies, but without any great skill of leadership or tenacity of discipline. It was rather a pell-mell sort of fight, in which the headlong courage and the indomitable obstinacy of the English and French troops carried all before them at last. A study of the battle is of little profit to the ordinary reader. It was an heroic scramble. There was little coherence of action between the Allied forces, but there was happily an almost total absence of generalship on the part of the Russians. The soldiers of the Tsar fought stoutly and stubbornly, as they have always done, but they could not stand up against the blended vehemence and obstinacy of the English and French. The river was crossed, the opposite heights were mounted, Prince Menshikov's great redoubt was carried, the Russians were driven from the field, the Allies occupied their ground, the victory was to the Western powers. Indeed, it would not be unfair to say that the victory was to the English. The French did not take that share in the heat of the battle which their strength and their military genius might have led men to expect. Saint Arnaud, their commander-in-chief, was in wretched health, on the point of death. In fact, he was in no condition to guide the battle. A brilliant enterprise of General Bosquet was ill supported and had nearly proved a failure, and Prince Napoleon's division got hopelessly jammed up and confused. Perhaps it would be fairer to say that in the confusion and scramble of the whole affair we were more lucky than the French. If a number of men are rushing headlong and in the dark towards some distant point, one may run against an unthought-of obstacle and fall down and so lose his chance, while his comrade happens to meet with no such stumbling block and goes right on. Perhaps this illustration may not unfairly distribute the parts taken in the battle. It would be superfluous to say that the French fought splendidly where they had any real chance of fighting. But the luck of the day was not with them. On all sides the battle was fought without generalship. On all sides the bravery of the officers and men was worthy of any general. Our men were the luckiest. They saw the heights, they saw the enemy there, they made for him, they got at him, they would not go back, and so he had to give way. That was the history of the day. The big scramble was all over in a few hours. The first field was fought, and we had won. The Russians ought to have been pursued. They themselves fully expected a pursuit. They retreated in something like utter confusion, eager to put the Kachka River, which runs south to the Alma, and with a somewhat similar course, between them and the imaginary pursuers. Had they been followed to the Kacha, they might have been all made prisoners or destroyed. But there was no pursuit. Lord Raglan was eager to follow up the victory, but the French had as yet hardly any cavalry, and Marshal Saint-Arnaud would not agree to any further enterprise that day. Lord Raglan believed that he ought not to persist, and nothing was done. The Russians were unable at first to believe in their good fortune. It seemed to them for a long time impossible that any commanders in the world would have failed, under conditions so tempting, to follow a flying and disordered enemy. Except for the bravery of those who fought, the battle was not much to boast of. The Allies together considerably outnumbered the Russians, although from the causes we have mentioned, the Englishmen were left throughout the greater part of the day to encounter an enemy numerically superior, posted on difficult and commanding heights. But it was the first great battle which for nearly 40 years our soldiers had fought with a civilized enemy. The military authorities in the country were well disposed to make the most of it. At this distance of time, it is almost touching to read some of the heroic contemporaneous descriptions of the great scramble of the Alma. It might almost seem as if, in the imaginings of the enthusiastic historians, Englishmen had never mounted heights and defeated superior numbers before. The sublime triumphs against every adverse condition which had been won by the genius of a Marlborough or a Wellington could not have been celebrated in language of more exalted dithyrambic pomp. The gallant medley on the banks of the Alma, and the fruitless interval of inaction that followed it, were told of as if men were speaking of some battle of the gods. Very soon, however, a different note came to be sounded. The campaign had been opened under conditions differing from those of most campaigns that went before it. Science had added many new discoveries to the art of war. Literature had added one remarkable contribution of her own to the conditions amid which campaigns were to be carried on. She had added the special correspondent. The old-fashioned historiographer of wars travelled to please sovereigns and minister to the self-conceit of conquerors. The modern special correspondent had a very different purpose. He watched the movements of armies and criticized the policy of generals in the interests of some journal, which for its part was concerned only for the information of the public. No favour that courts or monarchs could bestow was worthy a moment's consideration in the mind even of the most selfish proprietor of a newspaper, when compared with the reward which the public could give to him and to his paper for quick and accurate news and trustworthy comment. The business of the special correspondent has grown so much since the Crimean War that we are now inclined to look back upon the war correspondents of those days almost as men did upon the old-fashioned historiographer. The war correspondent now scrawls his dispatches as he sits in his saddle under the fire of the enemy. He scrawls them with a pencil, noting and describing each incident of the fight so far as he can see it, as coolly as if he were describing a review of volunteers in Hyde Park, and he contrives to send off his narrative by telegraph before the victor in the field has begun to pursue, or has settled down to hold the ground he won. And the war correspondent's story is expected to be as brilliant and picturesque in style as it ought to be exact and faithful in its statements. In the days of the Crimea, things had not advanced quite so far as that. The war was well on before the submarine telegraph between Varna and the Crimea allowed of daily reports. But the feats of the war correspondent then filled men's minds with wonder. When the expedition was leaving England, it was accompanied by a special correspondent from each of the great daily papers of London. The Times sent out a representative whose name almost immediately became celebrated, Mr. William Howard Russell, the preux chevalier of war correspondence in that day, as Mr. Archibald Forbes of the Daily News is in this. Mr. Russell rendered some service to the English army and to his country, however, which no brilliancy of literary style would alone have enabled him to do. It was to his great credit as a man of judgment and observation that, being a civilian who had never before seen one puff of war smoke, he was able to distinguish between the confusion inseparable from all actual levying of war and the confusion that comes of distinctly bad administration. To the unaccustomed eye of an ordinary civilian, the whole progress of a campaign, the development of a battle, the arrangements of the commissariat appear at any moment of actual pressure to be nothing but a mass of confusion. He is accustomed in civil life to find everything in its proper place and every emergency well provided for. When he is suddenly plunged into the midst of a campaign, he is apt to think that everything must be going wrong, or else he assumes contentedly that the whole is in the hands of persons who know better than he, and that it would be absurd on his part to attempt to criticize the arrangements of the men whose business it is to understand them. Mr. Russell soon saw that there was confusion, and he had the soundness of judgment to know that the confusion was that of a breaking down system. Therefore, while the fervour of delight in the courage and success of our army was still fresh in the minds of the public at home, while every music hall was ringing with the cheap rewards of valour in the shape of popular glorifications of our commanders and our soldiers, the readers of the Times began to learn that things were faring badly indeed with the conquering army of the Alma. The ranks were thinned by the ravages of cholera. The men were pursued by cholera to the very battlefield. Lord Raglan himself said, "No system can charm away all the effects of climate, but it appeared only too soon that the arrangements made to encounter the indirect and inevitable dangers of a campaign were miserably inefficient. The hospitals were in a wretchedly disorganized condition. Stores of medicines and strengthening food were decaying in places where no one wanted them or could well get at them, while men were dying in hundreds among our tents in the Crimea for lack of them. The system of clothing, of transport, of feeding, of nursing, everything had broken down. Ample provisions had been got together and paid for, and when they came to be needed, no one knew where to get at them. The special correspondent of the Times and other correspondents continued to din these things into the ears of the public at home. Exultation began to give way to a feeling of dismay. The patriotic anger against the Russians was changed for a mood of deep indignation against our own authorities and our own war administration. It soon became apparent to everyone that the whole campaign had been planned on the assumption that it was to be like the career of the hero whom Byron laments, brief, brave, and glorious. Our military authorities here at home, we do not speak of the commanders in the field, had made up their minds that Sebastopol was to fall like another Jericho at the sound of the war trumpet's blast. Our commanders in the field were, on the contrary, rather disposed to overrate than to underrate the strength of the Russians. It was, therefore, something like the condition of things described in Macaulay's ballad: "Those behind cried forward, those in front called back." It is very likely that if a sudden dash had been made at Sebastopol by land and sea, it might have been taken almost at the very opening of the war. But the delay gave the Russians full warning, and they did not neglect it. On the third day after the Battle of the Alma, the Russians sank 7 vessels of their Black Sea fleet at the entrance of the harbour of Sebastopol. This was done full in the sight of the Allied fleets, who, at first misunderstanding the movements going on among the enemy, thought the Russian squadron was about to come out from their shelter and try conclusions with the western ships. But the real purpose of the Russians became soon apparent. Under the eyes of the Allies, the 7 vessels slowly settled down and sank in the water, until at last only the tops of their masts were to be seen, and the entrance of the harbour was barred as by sunken rocks against any approach of an enemy's ship. There was an end to every dream of a sudden capture of Sebastopol. End of section 23. Section 24 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 27. The Invasion of the Crimea, Part 2. The Allied armies moved again from their positions on the Alma, but they did not direct their march to the north side of Sebastopol. They made for Balaclava, which lies south of the city on the other side of a promontory, and which has a port that might enable them to secure a constant means of communication between the armies and the fleets. To reach Balaclava, the Allied forces had to undertake a long and fatiguing flank march, passing Sebastopol on their right. They accomplished the march in safety and occupied the heights above Balaclava, while the fleets appeared at the same time in the harbour. Sebastopol was but a few miles off, and preparations were at once made for an attack on it by land and sea. On October 17th the attack began. It was practically a failure. Nothing better indeed could well have been expected. The fleet could not get near enough to the sea forts of Sebastopol to make their broadsides of any real effect, because of the shallow water and the sunken ships, and although the attack from the land was vigorous and was fiercely kept up, yet it could not carry its object. It became clear that Sebastopol was not to be taken by any coup de main, and the Allies had not men enough to invest it. They were therefore to some extent themselves in the condition of a besieged force, for the Russians had a large army outside Sebastopol, ready to make every sacrifice for the purpose of preventing the English and French from getting even a chance of undisturbed operations against it. The Russians attacked the Allies fiercely on October 25th, in the hope of obtaining possession of Balaclava. The attempt was bold and brilliant, but it was splendidly repulsed. Never did a day of battle do more credit to English courage, or less perhaps to English generalship. The cavalry particularly distinguished themselves. It was in great measure on our side a cavalry action. It will be memorable in all English history as the battle in which occurred the famous charge of the Light Brigade. Owing to some fatal misconception of the meaning of an order from the Commander-in-Chief, the Light Brigade, 607 men in all, charged what has been rightly described as the Russian army in position. The brigade was composed of 118 men of the 4th Light Dragoons, 104 of the 8th Hussars, 110 of the 11th Hussars, 130 of the 13th Light Dragoons, and 145 of the 17th Lancers. Of the 607 men, 198 came back. Long, painful, and hopeless were the disputes about this fatal order. The controversy can never be wholly settled. The officer who bore the order was one of the first who fell in the outset. All Europe, all the world rang with wonder and admiration of the futile and splendid charge. The poet laureate sang of it in spirited verses. Perhaps its best epitaph was contained in the celebrated comment ascribed to the French General Bosquet, and which has since become proverbial, and has been quoted until men are well nigh tired of it. It was magnificent, but it was not war. Next day the enemy made another vigorous attack on a much larger scale, moving out of Sebastopol itself, and were again repulsed. The Allies were able to prevent the troops who made the sortie from cooperating with the Russian army outside, who had attacked at Balaclava. The latter were endeavouring to entrench themselves at the little village of Inkerman, lying on the north of Sebastopol. But the stout resistance they met with from the Allies frustrated their plans. On November 5th, the Russians made another grand attack on the Allies, chiefly on the British, and were once more splendidly repulsed. The plateau of Inkerman was the principal scene of the struggle. It was occupied by the Guards and a few British regiments, on whom fell, until General Bosquet with his French were able to come to their assistance, the task of resisting a Russian army. This was the severest and the fiercest engagement of the campaign. The loss to the English was 2,612, of whom 145 were officers. The French lost about 1,700. The Russians were believed to have lost 12,000 men, but at no time could any clear account be obtained of the Russian losses. It was believed that they brought a force of 50,000 men to the attack. Inkerman was described at the time as the soldiers' battle. Strategy, it was said everywhere, there was none. The attack was made under cover of a dark and drizzling mist. The battle was fought for a while almost absolutely in the dark. There was hardly any attempt to direct the Allies by any principles of scientific warfare. The soldiers fought stubbornly a series of hand-to-hand fights, and we are entitled to say that the better men won in the end. We fully admit that it was a soldiers' battle. All the comment we have to make upon the epithet is that we do not exactly know which of the engagements fought in the Crimea was anything but a soldiers' battle. Of course, with the soldiers we take the officers. A battle in the Crimea with which generalship had anything particular to do has certainly not come under the notice of this writer. Mr. Kinglake tells us that at Alma, Marshal Saint-Arnaud, the French commander-in-chief, addressing General Canrobert and Prince Napoleon, said, "With such men as you, I have no orders to give. I have but to point to the enemy." This seems to have been the general principle on which the commanders conducted the campaign. There were the enemy's forces, let the men go at them any way they could. Nor, under the circumstances, could anything much better have been done. When orders were given, it appeared more than once as if things would have gone better without them. The soldier won his battle always. No general could prevent him from doing that. Meanwhile, what were people saying in England? They were indignantly declaring that the whole campaign was a muddle. It was evident now that Sebastopol was not going to fall all at once. It was evident, too, that the preparations had been made on the assumption that it must fall at once. To make the disappointment more bitter at home, the public had been deceived for a few days by a false report of the taking of Sebastopol, and the disappointment naturally increased the impatience and dissatisfaction of Englishmen. The fleet that had been sent out to the Baltic came back without having accomplished anything in particular, and although there really was nothing in particular that it could have accomplished under the circumstances, yet many people were as angry as if it had culpably allowed the enemy to escape it on the open seas. The sailing of the Baltic fleet had indeed been preceded by ceremonials especially calculated to make any enterprise ridiculous which failed to achieve some startling success. It was put under the command of Sir Charles Napier, a brave old salt of the fast-fading school of Smollett's Commander Trunnion, rough, dashing, bull-headed, likely enough to succeed where sheer force and courage could win victories, but wanting in all the intellectual qualities of a commander and endowed with a violent tongue and an almost unmatched indiscretion. Sir Charles Napier was a member of a family famed for its warriors, but he had not anything like the capacity of his cousin, the other Sir Charles Napier, the conqueror of Scinde, or the intellect of Sir William Napier, the historian of the Peninsular War. He had won some signal and surprising successes in the Portuguese Civil War and in Syria, all under conditions wholly different and with an enemy wholly different from those he would have to encounter in the Baltic. But the voice of admiring friends was tumultuously raised to predict splendid things for him before his fleet had left its port, and he himself quite forgot in his rough self-confidence the difference between boasting when one is taking off his armour and boasting when one is only putting it on. His friends entertained him at a farewell dinner at the Reform Club. Lord Palmerston was present, and Sir James Graham, the First Lord of the Admiralty, and a great deal of exuberant nonsense was talked. Lord Palmerston, carried away by his natural bonhomie and his high animal spirits, showered the most extravagant praises upon the gallant Admiral, intermixed with jokes which set the company laughing consumedly, but which, read by the outer public next day, seemed unbecoming preludes to an expedition that was to be part of a great war and of terrible national sacrifices. The one only thing that could have excused the whole performance would have been some overwhelming success on the part of him who was its hero. But it is not probable that a Dundonald or even a Nelson could have done much in the Baltic just then, and Napier was not a Dundonald or a Nelson. The Baltic fleet came home safely after a while, its commander having brought with him nothing but a grievance which lasted him all the remainder of his life. The public were amazed, scornful, wrathful, and they began to think that they were destined to see nothing but failure as the fruit of the campaign. In truth, they were extravagantly impatient. Perhaps they were not to be blamed. Their leaders, who ought to have known better, had been filling them with the idea that they had nothing to do but to sweep the enemy from sea and land. The temper of a people thus stimulated and thus disappointed is almost always indiscriminating and unreasonable in its censure. The first idea is to find a victim. The victim on whom the anger of a large portion of the public turned in this instance was the Prince Consort. The most absurd ideas, the most cruel and baseless calumnies were in circulation about him. He was accused of having, out of some inscrutable motive, made use of all his secret influence to prevent the success of the campaign. He was charged with being in conspiracy with Prussia, with Russia, and with no one knew exactly whom, to weaken the strength of England and secure a triumph for her enemies. Stories were actually told at one time of his having been arrested for high treason. He had, in one of his speeches about this time, said that constitutional government was under a heavy trial, and could only pass triumphantly through it if the country would grant its confidence to Her Majesty's government. In this observation, as the whole context of the speech showed, the Prince was only explaining that the Queen's government were placed at a disadvantage in the carrying on of a war as compared with a government like that of the Emperor of the French, who could act on his own arbitrary will, without check, delay, or control on the part of any parliamentary body. But the speech was instantly fastened on as illustrating the Prince's settled and unconquerable dislike of all constitutional and popular principles of government. Those who opposed the Prince had not indeed been waiting for his speech at the Trinity House dinner to denounce and condemn him, but the sentence in that speech to which reference has been made opened upon him a new torrent of hostile criticism. The charges which sprang of this heated and unjust temper on the part of the public did not indeed long prevail against the Prince Consort. When once the subject came to be taken up in Parliament, it was shown almost in a moment that there was not the slightest ground or excuse for any of the absurd surmises and cruel suspicions which had been creating so much agitation. The agitation collapsed in a moment, but while it lasted, it was both vehement and intense, and gave much pain to the Prince, and far more pain still to the Queen his wife. We have seen more lately, and on a larger scale, something like the phenomenon of that time. During the war between France and Germany, the people of Paris went nearly wild with the idea that they had been betrayed, and were clamorous for victims to punish anywhere or anyhow. To many calm Englishmen this seemed monstrously unreasonable and unworthy, and the French people received from English writers many grave rebukes and wise exhortations. But the temper of the English public at one period of the Crimean War was becoming very like that which set Paris wild during the disastrous struggle with Germany. The passions of peoples are, it is said, to be feared very much alike in their impulses and even in their manifestations. And if England, during the Crimean War, never came to the wild condition into which Paris fell during the later struggle, it is perhaps rather because on the whole things went well with England than in consequence of any very great superiority of Englishmen in judgment and self-restraint over the excitable people of France. Certainly those who remember what we may call the dark days of the Crimean campaign, when disappointment following on extravagant confidence had incited popular passion to call for some victim, will find themselves slow to set a limit to the lengths that passion might have reached if the Russians had actually been successful even in one or two battles. The winter was gloomy at home as well as abroad. The news constantly arriving from the Crimea told only of devastation caused by foes far more formidable than the Russians: sickness, bad weather, bad management. The Black Sea was swept and scourged by terrible storms. The destruction of transport ships laden with winter stores for our men was of incalculable injury to the army. Clothing, blanketing, provisions, hospital necessities of all kinds were destroyed in vast quantities. The loss of life among the crews of the vessels was immense. A storm was nearly as disastrous in this way as a battle. On shore the sufferings of the army were unspeakable. The tents were torn from their pegs and blown away. The officers and men were exposed to the bitter cold and the fierce stormy blasts. Our soldiers had for the most part little experience or even idea of such cold as they had to encounter this gloomy winter. The intensity of the cold was so great that no one might dare to touch any metal substance in the open air with his bare hand, under penalty of leaving the skin behind him. The hospitals for the sick and wounded at Scutari were in a wretchedly disorganized condition. They were for the most part in an absolutely chaotic condition as regards arrangement and supply. In some instances medical stores were left to decay at Varna, or were found lying useless in the holds of vessels in Balaclava Bay, which were needed for the wounded at Scutari. The medical officers were able and zealous men. The stores were provided and paid for so far as our government was concerned. But the stores were not brought to the medical men. These had their hands all but idle, their eyes and souls tortured by the sight of sufferings which they were unable to relieve for want of the commonest appliances of the hospital. The most extraordinary instances of blunder and confusion were constantly coming to light. Great consignments of boots arrived and were found to be all for the left foot. Mules for the conveyance of stores were contracted for and delivered, but delivered so that they came into the hands of the Russians and not of us. Shameful frauds were perpetrated in the instance of some of the contracts for preserved meat. "One man's preserved meat," exclaimed Punch with bitter humour, "is another man's poison." The evils of the hospital disorganization were happily made a means of bringing about a new system of attending to the sick and wounded in war, which has already created something like a revolution in the manner of treating the victims of battle. Mr. Sidney Herbert, horrified at the way in which things were managed in Scutari and the Crimea, applied to a distinguished woman who had long taken a deep interest in hospital reform to superintend personally the nursing of the soldiers. Miss Florence Nightingale was the daughter of a wealthy English country gentleman. She had chosen not to pass her life in fashionable or aesthetic inactivity, and had from a very early period turned her attention to sanatory questions. She had studied nursing as a science and a system, and had made herself acquainted with the working of various continental institutions, and about the time when the war broke out, she was actually engaged in reorganizing the Sick Governesses Institution in Harley Street, London. To her Mr. Sidney Herbert turned. He offered her, if she would accept the task he proposed, plenary authority over all the nurses, and an unlimited power of drawing on the government for whatever she might think necessary to the success of her undertaking. Miss Nightingale accepted the task and went out to Scutari, accompanied by some women of rank like her own, and a trained staff of nurses. They speedily reduced chaos into order, and from the time of their landing in Scutari there was at least one department of the business of war which was never again a subject of complaint. The spirit of the chivalric days had been restored under better auspices for its abiding influence. Ladies of rank once more devoted themselves to the service of the wounded, and the end was come of the Mrs. Gamp and Mrs. Prigg type of nurse. Sidney Herbert, in his letter to Miss Nightingale, had said that her example, if she accepted the task he proposed, would multiply the good to all time. These words proved to have no exaggeration in them. We have never seen a war since in which women of education and of genuine devotion have not given themselves up to the task of caring for the wounded. The Geneva Convention and the bearing of the Red Cross are among the results of Florence Nightingale's work in the Crimea. But the siege of Sebastopol was meanwhile dragging heavily along, and sometimes it was not quite certain which ought to be called the besieged, the Russians in the city or the Allies encamped in sight of it. During some months the Allied armies did little or nothing. The commissariat system and the land transport system had broken down. The armies were miserably weakened by sickness. Cholera was ever and anon raging anew among our men. Horses and mules were dying of cold and starvation. The roads were only deep, irregular ruts filled with mud. The camp was a marsh. The tents stood often in pools of water. The men had sometimes no beds, but straw dripping with wet, and hardly any bed coverings. Our unfortunate Turkish allies were in a far more wretched plight than even we ourselves. The authorities who ought to have looked after them were impervious to the criticisms of special correspondents, and unassailable by parliamentary votes of censure. A condemnation of the latter kind was hanging over our government. Lord John Russell became impressed with the conviction that the Duke of Newcastle was not strong enough for the post of War Minister, and he wrote to Lord Aberdeen urging that the War Department should be given to Lord Palmerston. Lord Aberdeen replied that although another person might have been a better choice when the appointments were made in the first instance, yet in the absence of any proved defect or alleged incapacity, there was no sufficient ground for making a kind of speculative change. Parliament was called together before Christmas, and after the Christmas recess Mr. Roebuck gave notice that he would move for a select committee to inquire into the condition of the army before Sebastopol, and into the conduct of those departments of the government whose duty it had been to minister to the wants of the army. Lord John Russell did not believe for himself that the motion could be conscientiously resisted, but as it necessarily involved a censure upon some of his colleagues, he did not think he ought to remain longer in the ministry, and he therefore resigned his office. The sudden resignation of the leader of the House of Commons was a death blow to any plans of resistance by which the government might otherwise have thought of encountering Mr. Roebuck's motion. Lord Palmerston, although Lord John Russell's course was a marked tribute to his own capacity, had remonstrated warmly with Russell by letter as to his determination to resign. "You will have the appearance," he said, "of having remained in office, aiding in carrying on a system of which you disapprove, until driven out by Roebuck's announced notice. And the government will have the appearance of self-condemnation by flying from a discussion which they dare not face. While as regards the country, the action of the executive will be paralysed for a time in a critical moment of a great war with an impending negotiation, and we shall exhibit to the world a melancholy spectacle of disorganisation among our political men at home, similar to that which has prevailed among our military men abroad." The remonstrance, however, came too late, even if it could have had any effect at any time. Mr. Roebuck's motion came on, and was resisted with vigour by Lord Palmerston and Mr. Gladstone. Lord Palmerston insisted that the responsibility ought to fall not on the Duke of Newcastle but on the whole Cabinet, and with a generosity which his keenest opponents might have admitted to be characteristic of him, he accepted the task of defending an administration whose chief blame was in the eyes of most people that they had not given the control of the war into his hands. Mr. Gladstone declared that the inquiry sought for by the resolution could lead to nothing but confusion and disturbance, increased disasters, shame at home, and weakness abroad. It would convey no consolation to those whom you seek to aid, but it would carry malignant joy to the hearts of the enemies of England. The House of Commons was not to be moved by any such argument or appeal. The one pervading idea was that England had been endangered and shamed by the breakdown of her army organisation. When the division took place, 305 members voted for Mr. Roebuck's motion, and only 148 against. The majority against ministers was therefore 157. Everyone knows what a scene usually takes place when a ministry is defeated in the House of Commons. Cheering again and again renewed, counter-cheers of defiance, wild exultation, vehement indignation, a whole whirlpool of various emotions seething in that little hall in St. Stephen's. But this time there was no such outburst. The House could hardly realize the fact that the ministry of all the talents had been thus completely and ignominiously defeated. A dead silence followed the announcement of the numbers. Then there was a half-breathless murmur of amazement and incredulity. The Speaker repeated the numbers, and doubt was over. it was still uncertain how the House would express its feelings. Suddenly someone laughed. The sound gave a direction and a relief to perplexed, pent-up emotion. Shouts of laughter followed. Not merely the pledged opponents of the government laughed. Many of those who had voted with ministers found themselves laughing too. It seemed so absurd, so incongruous, this way of disposing of the great coalition government. Many must have thought of the night of fierce debate little more than 2 years before, when Mr. Disraeli, then on the verge of his fall from power, and realizing fully the strength of the combination against him, consoled his party and himself for the imminent fatality awaiting them by the defiant words, "I know that I have to face a coalition. The combination may be successful. The combination has before this been successful. But coalitions, though they may be successful, have always found that their triumphs have been brief. This I know, that England does not love coalitions." Only 2 years had passed, and the great coalition had fallen, overwhelmed with reproach and popular indignation, and amid sudden shouts of laughter. End of section 24. Section 25 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 28, The Close of the War, Part 1. On February 15th, 1855, Lord Palmerston wrote to his brother, "A month ago, if any man had asked me to say what was one of the most improbable events, I should have said my being Prime Minister. Aberdeen was there, Derby was head of one great party, John Russell of the other, and yet in about 10 days' time they all gave way like straws before the wind, and so here am I writing to you from Downing Street as First Lord of the Treasury." No doubt Lord Palmerston was sincere in the expression of surprise which we have quoted, but there were not many other men in the country who felt in the least astonished at the turn of events by which he had become Prime Minister. Indeed, it had long become apparent to almost everyone that his assuming that place was only a question of time. The country was in that mood that it would absolutely have somebody at the head of affairs who knew his own mind and saw his way clearly before him. When the coalition ministry broke down, Lord Derby was invited by the Queen to form a government. He tried and failed. He did all in his power to accomplish the task with which the Queen had entrusted him. He invited Lord Palmerston to join him, and it was intimated that if Palmerston consented, Mr. Disraeli would waive all claim to the leadership of the House of Commons, in order that Palmerston should have that place. Lord Derby also offered, through Lord Palmerston, places in his administration to Mr. Gladstone and Mr. Sidney Herbert. Palmerston did not see his way to join a Derby administration, and without him Lord Derby could not go on. The Queen then sent for Lord John Russell, but Russell's late and precipitate retreat from his office had discredited him with most of his former colleagues, and he found that he could not get a government together. Lord Palmerston was then, to use his own phrase, l'inévitable. There was not much change in the personnel of the ministry. Lord Aberdeen was gone, and Lord Palmerston took his place, and Lord Panmure, who had formerly as Fox Maule administered the affairs of the army, succeeded the Duke of Newcastle. Lord Panmure, however, combined in his own person the functions up to that time absurdly separated of Secretary at War and Secretary for War. The Secretary at War under the old system was not one of the principal secretaries of state. He was merely the officer by whom the regular communication was kept up between the War Office and the Ministry, and has been described as the civil officer of the army. The Secretary for War was commonly entrusted with the Colonial Department as well. The two War Offices were now made into one. It was hoped by this change great benefit would come to our whole army system. Lord Palmerston acted energetically, too, in sending out a sanitary commission to the Crimea, and a commission to superintend the commissariat, a department that almost more than any other had broken down. Nothing could be more strenuous than the terms in which Lord Palmerston recommended the Sanitary Commission to Lord Raglan. He requested that Lord Raglan would give the commissioners every assistance in his power. They will, of course, be opposed and thwarted by the medical officers, by the men who have charge of the port arrangements, and by those who have the cleaning of the camp. Their mission will be ridiculed and their recommendations and directions set aside, unless enforced by the peremptory exercise of your authority. But that authority I must request you to exert in the most peremptory manner for the immediate and exact carrying into execution whatever changes of arrangement they may recommend. For these are matters on which depend the health and lives of many hundreds of men, I may indeed say of thousands. Lord Palmerston was strongly pressed by some of the more strenuous reformers of the House. Mr. Layard, who had acquired some celebrity before in a very different field, as a discoverer, that is to say, in the ruins of Nineveh and Babylon, was energetic and incessant in his attacks on the administration of the war, and was not disposed even now to give the new government a moment's rest. Mr. Layard was a man of a certain rough ability, immense self-sufficiency, and indomitable egotism. He was not in any sense an eloquent speaker. He was singularly wanting in all the graces of style and manner, but he was fluent, he was vociferous, he never seemed to have a moment's doubt on any conceivable question, he never admitted that there could by any possibility be two sides to any matter of discussion. He did really know a great deal about the East at a time when the habit of travelling in the East was comparatively rare. He stamped down all doubt or difference of view with the overbearing dogmatism of Sir Walter Scott's Touchwood, or of the proverbial man who has been there and ought to know, and he was in many respects admirably fitted to be the spokesman of all those, and they were not a few, who saw that things had been going wrong without exactly seeing why, and were eager that something should be done, although they did not clearly know what. Lord Palmerston strove to induce the House not to press for the appointment of the committee recommended in Mr. Roebuck's motion. The Government, he said, would make the needful inquiries themselves. He reminded the House of Richard II's offer to lead the men of the fallen Tyler's insurrection himself, and in the same spirit he offered on the part of the Government to take the lead in every necessary investigation. Mr. Roebuck, however, would not give way, and Lord Palmerston yielded to a demand which had undoubtedly the support of a vast force of public opinion. The constant argument of Mr. Layard had some sense in it. The Government now in office was very much like the Government in which the House had declared so lately that it had no confidence. It could hardly therefore be expected that the House should accept its existence as guarantee enough that everything should be done which its predecessor had failed to do. Lord Palmerston gave way, but his unavoidable concession brought on a new ministerial crisis. Sir James Graham, Mr. Gladstone, and Mr. Sidney Herbert declined to hold office any longer. They had opposed the motion for an inquiry most gravely and strenuously, and they would not lend any countenance to it by remaining in office. Sir Charles Wood succeeded Sir James Graham as First Lord of the Admiralty. Lord John Russell took the place of Secretary of the Colonies, vacated by Sidney Herbert, and Sir George Cornwall Lewis followed Mr. Gladstone as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Meanwhile, new negotiations for peace set on foot under the influence of Austria had been begun at Vienna, and Lord John Russell had been sent there to represent the interests of England. The conference opened at Vienna under circumstances that might have seemed especially favourable to peace. We had got a new ally, a state not indeed commanding any great military strength, but full of energy and ambition, and representing more than any other perhaps the tendencies of liberalism and the operation of the comparatively new principle of the rights of nationalities. This was the little kingdom of Sardinia, whose government was then under the control of one of the master spirits of modern politics, a man who belonged to the class of the Richelieus and Orange Williams, the illustrious Count Cavour. Sardinia, it may be frankly said, did not come into the alliance because of any particular sympathies that she had with one side or the other of the quarrel between Russia and the Western powers. She went into the war in order that she might have a locus standi in the councils of Europe from which to set forth her grievances against Austria. In the marvellous history of the uprise of the Kingdom of Italy, there is a good deal over which, to use the words of Carlyle, moralities not a few must shriek aloud. It would not be easy to defend on high moral principles the policy which struck into a war without any particular care for either side of the controversy, but only to serve an ulterior and personal, that is to say, national purpose. But regarding the policy merely by the light of its results, it must be owned that it was singularly successful and entirely justified the expectations of Cavour. The Crimean War laid the foundations of the Kingdom of Italy. That was one fact calculated to inspire hopes of a peace. The greater the number and strength of the Allies, the greater obviously the pressure upon Russia and the probability of her listening to reason. But there was another event of a very different nature, the effect of which seemed at first likely to be all in favour of peace. This was the death of the man whom the united public opinion of Europe regarded as the author of the war. On March 2nd, 1855, the Emperor Nicholas of Russia died of pulmonary apoplexy after an attack of influenza. In other days it would have been said he had died of a broken heart. Perhaps the description would have been more strictly true than the terms of the medical report. It was doubtless the effect of utter disappointment, of the wreck and ruin of hopes to which a life's ambition had been directed, and a life's energy dedicated, which left that frame of adamant open to the sudden dart of sickness. One of the most remarkable illustrations of an artist's genius devoted to a political subject was the cartoon which appeared in Punch, and which was called General Février turned traitor. The Emperor Nicholas had boasted that Russia had two generals on whom she could always rely, General Janvier and General Février. And now the English artist represented General February, a skeleton in Russian uniform, turning traitor and laying his bony ice-cold hand on the heart of the sovereign and betraying him to the tomb. But indeed it was not General February alone who doomed Nicholas to death. The Tsar died of broken hopes, of the recklessness that comes from defeat and despair. He took no precautions against cold and exposure. He treated with a magnanimous disdain the remonstrances of his physicians and his friends. As of Max Piccolomini in Schiller's noble play, so of him men whispered that he wished to die. The Alma was to him what Austerlitz was to Pitt. From the moment when the news of that defeat was announced to him, he no longer seemed to have hope of the campaign. He took the story of the defeat very much as Lord North took the surrender of Cornwallis, as if a bullet had struck him. Thenceforth he was like one whom the old Scotch phrase would describe as fey, one who moved, spoke, and lived under the shadow of coming death until the death came. The news of the sudden death of the Emperor created a profound sensation in England. Mr. Bright at Manchester shortly after rebuked what he considered an ignoble levity in the manner of commenting on the event among some of the English journals. But it is right to say that on the whole nothing could have been more decorous and dignified than the manner in which the English public generally received the news that the country's great enemy was no more. At first there was, as we have said, a common impression that Nicholas's son and successor, Alexander II, would be more anxious to make peace than his father had been. But this hope was soon gone. The new Tsar could not venture to show himself to his people in a less patriotic light than his predecessor. The prospects of the Allies were at the time remarkably gloomy. There must have seemed to the new Russian Emperor considerable ground for the hope that disease and cold and bad management would do more harm to the army of England at least than any Russian general could do. The conference at Vienna proved a failure, and even in some respects a fiasco. Lord John Russell, sent to Vienna as our representative, was instructed that the object he must hold in view was the admission of Turkey into the great family of European states. For this end there were 4 principal points to be considered: the condition of the Danubian provinces, the free navigation of the Danube, the limitation of Russian supremacy in the Black Sea, and the independence of the Porte. It was on the attempt to limit Russian supremacy in the Black Sea that the negotiations became a failure. Russia would not consent to any proposal which would really have the desired effect. She would agree to an arrangement between Turkey and herself, but this was exactly what the Western powers were determined not to allow. She declined to have the strength of her navy restricted, and proposed as a counter-resolution that the straits should be opened to the war flags of all nations, so that if Russia were strong as a naval power in the Black Sea, other powers might be just as strong if they thought fit. Lord Palmerston, in a letter to Lord John Russell, dryly characterized this proposition, involving, as it would, the maintenance by England and France of permanent fleets in the Black Sea to counterbalance the fleet of Russia, as a mauvaise plaisanterie. Lord Palmerston indeed believed no more in the sincerity of Austria throughout all these transactions than he did in that of Russia. The conference proved a total failure, and in its failure it involved a good deal of the reputation of Lord John Russell. Like the French representative, M. Drouyn de Lhuys, Lord John Russell had been taken by the proposals of Austria and had supported them in the first instance. But when the government at home would not have them, he was still induced to remain a member of the Cabinet, and even to condemn in the House of Commons the recommendations he had supported at Vienna. He was charged by Mr. Disraeli with having encouraged the Russian pretensions by declaring at a critical point of the negotiations that he was disposed to favour whatever arrangement would best preserve the honour of Russia. "What has the representative of England," Mr. Disraeli indignantly asked, "to do with the honour of Russia?" Lord John Russell had indeed a fair reply. He could say with justice and good sense that no settlement was likely to be lasting which simply forced conditions upon a great power like Russia without taking any account of what is considered among nations to be her honour. But he was not able to give any satisfactory explanation of his having approved the conditions in Vienna, which he afterwards condemned in Westminster. He explained in Parliament that he did in the first instance regard the Austrian propositions as containing the possible basis of a satisfactory and lasting peace, but that as the government would not hear of them, he had rejected them against his own judgment, and that he had afterwards been converted to the opinion of his colleagues and believed them inadmissible in principle. This was a sort of explanation more likely to alarm than to reassure the public. What manner of danger, it was asked on all sides, may we not be placed in, when our representatives do not know their own minds as to proper terms of peace, when they have no opinion of their own upon the subject, but are loud in approval of certain conditions one day, which they are equally loud in condemning the next? There was a general impression throughout England that some of our statesmen in office had never been sincerely in favour of the war from the first, that even still they were cold, doubtful, and half-hearted about it, and that the honour of the country was not safe in such hands. The popular instinct, whether it was right as to facts or not, was perfectly sound as to inferences. We may honour in many instances, we must honour, the conscientious scruples of a public man who distrusts the objects and has no faith in the results of some war in which his people are engaged. But such a man has no business in the government which has the conduct of the war. The men who are to carry on a war must have no doubt of its rightfulness of purpose, and must not be eager to conclude it on any terms. In the very interests of peace itself, they must be resolute to carry on the war until it has reached the end they sought for. Lord John Russell's remaining in office after these disclosures was practically impossible. Sir E.B. Lytton gave notice of a direct vote of censure on the minister charged with the negotiations at Vienna, but Russell anticipated the certain effect of a vote in the House of Commons by resigning his office. This step, at least, extricated his colleagues from any share in the censure, although the recriminations that passed on the occasion in Parliament were many and bitter. The vote of censure was, however, withdrawn. Sir William Molesworth, one of the most distinguished of the school, who were since called philosophical Radicals, succeeded him as Colonial Secretary, and the Ministry carried 1 or 2 triumphant votes against Mr. Disraeli, Mr. Roebuck, and other opponents, or at least unfriendly critics. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the French and his wife had paid a visit to London, and had been received with considerable enthusiasm. The Queen seems to have been very favourably impressed by the Emperor. She sincerely admired him, and believed in his desire to maintain peace as far as possible, and to do his best for the promotion of liberal principles and sound economic doctrines throughout Europe. The beauty and grace of the Empress likewise won over Queen Victoria. The Prince Consort seems to have been less impressed. He was indeed a believer in the sincerity and good disposition of the Emperor, but he found him strangely ignorant on most subjects, even the modern political history of England and France. During the visit of the royal family of England to France, and now while the Emperor and Empress were in London, the same impression appears to have been left in the mind of the Prince Consort. He also seems to have noticed a certain barrack-room flavour about the Emperor's entourage, which was not agreeable to his own ideas of dignity and refinement. The Prince Consort appears to have judged the Emperor almost exactly as we know now that Prince Bismarck did then, and as impartial opinion has judged him everywhere in Europe since that time. The operations in the Crimea were renewed with some vigour. The English army lost much by the death of its brave and manly Commander-in-Chief, Lord Raglan. He was succeeded by General Simpson, who had recently been sent out to the Crimea as Chief of the Staff, and whose administration during the short time that he held the command was at least well qualified to keep Lord Raglan's memory green, and to prevent the regret for his death from losing any of its keenness. The French army had lost its first commander long ago, the versatile, reckless, brilliant soldier of fortune, Saint-Arnaud, whose broken health had from the opening of the campaign prevented him from displaying any of the qualities which his earlier career gave men reason to look for under his command. After Saint-Arnaud's death, the command was transferred for a while to General Canrobert, who, finding himself hardly equal to the task, resigned it in favour of General Pélissier. The Sardinian contingent had arrived, and had given admirable proof of its courage and discipline. On August 16, 1855, the Russians, under General Liprandi, made a desperate effort to raise the siege of Sebastopol by an attack on the Allied forces. The attack was skilfully planned during the night, and was made in great strength. The French divisions had to bear the principal weight of the attack, but the Sardinian contingent also had a prominent place in the resistance, and bore themselves with splendid bravery and success. The attempt of the Russians was completely foiled, and all northern Italy was thrown into wild delight by the news that the flag of Piedmont had been carried to victory over the troops of one great European power, and side by side with those of 2 others. The unanimous voice of the country now approved and acclaimed the policy of Cavour, which had been sanctioned only by a very narrow majority, had been denounced from all sides as reckless and senseless, and had been carried out in the face of the most tremendous difficulties. It was the first great illustration of Cavour's habitual policy of blended audacity and cool, far-seeing judgment. It is a curious fact that the suggestion to send Sardinian troops to the Crimea did not originate in Cavour's own busy brain. The first thought of it came up in the mind of a woman, Cavour's niece. The great statesman was struck with the idea from the moment when she suggested it. He thought it over deeply, resolved to adopt it, and carried it to triumphant success. End of section 25. Section 26 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 2 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 28, The Close of the War, Part 2. The repulse of the Crimea was a heavy, indeed a fatal stroke for the Russians. The siege had been progressing for some time with considerable activity. The French had drawn their lines nearer and nearer to the besieged city. The Russians, however, had also been throwing up fresh works, which brought them nearer to the lines of the Allies, and sometimes made the latter seem as if they were the besieged rather than the besiegers. The Malakoff Tower and the Mamelon battery in front of it became the scenes and the objects of constant struggle. The Russians made desperate night sorties again and again and were always repulsed. On June 7th, the English assaulted the quarries in front of the Redan, and the French attacked the Mamelon. The attack on both sides was successful, but it was followed on the 18th of the same month by a desperate and wholly unsuccessful attack on the Redan and the Malakoff batteries. There was some misapprehension on the side of the French commander, which led to a lack of precision and unity in the carrying out of the enterprise, and it became therefore a failure on the part of both the Allies. A pompous and exulting address was issued by Prince Gortschakoff, in which he informed the Russian army that the enemy had been beaten, driven back with enormous loss, and announced that the hour was approaching when the pride of the enemy will be lowered, their armies swept from our soil like chaff blown away by the wind. On September 5th, the Allies made an attack almost simultaneously upon the Malakoff and the Redan. It was agreed that as soon as the French had got possession of the Malakoff, the English should attack the Redan, the hoisting of the French flag on the former fort to be the signal for our men to move. The French were brilliantly successful in their part of the attack, and in a quarter of an hour from the beginning of the attempt, the flag of the Empire was floating on the parapets. The English then at once advanced upon the Redan, but it was a very different task from that which the French had had to undertake. The French were near the Malakoff. The English were very far away from the Redan. The distance our soldiers had to traverse left them almost helplessly exposed to the Russian fire. They stormed the parapets of the Redan despite all the difficulties of their attack, but they were not able to hold the place. The attacking party was far too small in numbers. Reinforcements did not come in time. The English held their own for an hour against odds that might have seemed overwhelming, but it was simply impossible for them to establish themselves in the Redan, and the remnant of them that could withdraw had to retreat to the trenches. It was only the old story of the war. Superb courage and skill of officers and men, outrageously bad generalship. The attack might have been renewed that day, but the English commander-in-chief, General Simpson, declared with naivete that the trenches were too crowded for him to do anything. Thus the attack failed because there were too few men, and could not be renewed because there were too many. The cautious commander resolved to make another attempt the next morning. But before the morrow came, there was nothing to attack. The Russians withdrew during the night from the south side of Sebastopol. A bridge of boats had been constructed across the bay to connect the north and the south sides of the city, and across this bridge Prince Gortschakoff quietly withdrew his troops. The bombardment kept up by the Allies had been so terrible and so close for several days, and their long-range guns were so entirely superior to anything possessed by or indeed known to the Russians, that the defences of the south side were being irreparably destroyed. The Russian general felt that it would be impossible for him to hold the city much longer, and that to remain there was only useless waste of life. But as he said in his own dispatch, "It is not Sebastopol which we have left to them, but the burning ruins of the town, which we ourselves set fire to, having maintained the honour of the defence in such a manner that our great-grandchildren may recall with pride remembrance of it and send it on to all posterity." It was some time before the Allies could venture to enter the abandoned city. The arsenals and powder magazines were exploding. The flames were bursting out of every public building and every private house. The Russians had made of Sebastopol another Moscow. With the close of that long siege, which had lasted nearly a year, the war may be said to have ended. The brilliant episode of Kars, its splendid defence and its final surrender, was brought to its conclusion, indeed, after the fall of Sebastopol. But although it naturally attracted peculiar attention in this country, it could have no effect on the actual fortunes of such a war. Kars was defended by Colonel Fenwick Williams, an English officer who had been sent all too late to reorganize the Turkish forces in Armenia after they had suffered a terrible defeat at the hands of the Russians. Never probably had a man a more difficult task than that which fell to the lot of Williams. He had to contend against official stupidity, corruption, delay. He could get nothing done without having first to remove whole mountains of obstruction, and to quicken into life and movement an apathy which seemed like that of a paralyzed system. He concentrated his efforts at last upon the defence of Kars, and he held the place against overwhelming Russian forces and against an enemy far more appalling, starvation itself. With his little garrison he repelled a tremendous attack of the Russian army under General Muraviev, in a battle that lasted nearly 7 hours, and as the result of which the Russians left on the field more than 5,000 dead. He had to surrender at last to famine. But the very articles of surrender to which the conqueror consented became the trophy of Williams and his men. The garrison were allowed to leave the place with all the honours of war, and, as a testimony to the valorous resistance made by the garrison of Kars, the officers of all ranks are to keep their swords. Williams and his English companions, Colonel Lake, Major Teasdale, Major Thompson, and Dr. Sandwith, had done as much for the honour of their country at the close of the war as Butler and Naismith had done at its opening. The curtain of that great drama rose and fell upon a splendid scene of English heroism. The war was virtually over. Austria had been exerting herself throughout its progress in the interests of peace, and after the fall of Sebastopol she made a new effort with greater success. Two of the belligerents were indeed now anxious to be out of the struggle almost on any terms. These were France and Russia. The new Emperor of Russia was not a man personally inclined for war, nor had he his father's overbearing and indomitable temper. He could not but see that his father had greatly overrated the military strength and resources of his country. He had accepted the war only as a heritage of necessary evil, with little hope of any good to come of it to Russia, and he welcomed any chance of ending it on fair terms. France, or at least her emperor, was all but determined to get back again into peace. If England had held out, it is highly probable that she would have had to do so alone. For this, indeed, Lord Palmerston was fully prepared as a last resource, sooner than submit to terms which he considered unsatisfactory. He said so, and he meant it. "I can fancy," Lord Palmerston wrote to Lord Clarendon in his bright, good-humoured way, "how I should be hooted in the House of Commons if I were to get up and say that we had agreed to an imperfect and unsatisfactory arrangement. I had better beforehand take the Chiltern Hundreds." Lord Palmerston, however, had no occasion to take the Chiltern Hundreds. The Congress of Paris opened on February 26, 1856, and on March 30th the Treaty of Peace was signed by the plenipotentiaries of the great powers. Prussia had been admitted to the Congress, which therefore represented England, France, Austria, Prussia, Turkey, and Sardinia. The treaty began by declaring that Kars was to be restored to the Sultan, and that Sebastopol and all other places taken by the Allies were to be given back to Russia. The Sublime Porte was admitted to participate in all the advantages of the public law and system of Europe. The other powers engaged to respect the independence and territorial integrity of Turkey. They guaranteed in common the strict observance of that engagement, and announced that they would in consequence consider any act tending to a violation of it as a question of general interest. The Sultan issued a firman for ameliorating the condition of his Christian subjects, and communicated to the other powers the purposes of the firman, emanating spontaneously from his sovereign will. No right of interference, it was distinctly specified, was given to the other powers by this concession on the Sultan's part. The article of the treaty which referred to the Black Sea is of especial importance. The Black Sea is neutralized, its waters and its ports, thrown open to the mercantile marine of every nation, are formally and in perpetuity interdicted to the flag of war, either of the powers possessing its coasts or of any other power, with the exceptions mentioned in Articles 14 and 19. The exceptions only reserved the right of each of the powers to have the same number of small armed vessels in the Black Sea to act as a sort of maritime police and to protect the coasts. The Sultan and the Emperor engaged to establish and maintain no military or maritime arsenals in that sea. The navigation of the Danube was thrown open. In exchange for the towns restored to him and in order more fully to secure the navigation of the Danube, the Emperor consented to a certain rectification of his frontier in Bessarabia, the territory ceded by Russia to be annexed to Moldavia, under the suzerainty of the Porte. Moldavia and Wallachia, continuing under the suzerainty of the Sultan, were to enjoy all the privileges and immunities they already possessed under the guarantee of the contracting powers, but with no separate right of intervention in their affairs. The existing position of Servia was assured. A convention respecting the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus was made by all the powers. By this convention, the Sultan maintained the ancient rule prohibiting ships of war of foreign powers from entering the straits so long as the Porte is at peace. During time of peace, the Sultan engaged to admit no foreign ships of war into the Bosphorus or the Dardanelles. The Sultan reserved to himself the right, as in former times, of delivering firmans of passage for light vessels under the flag of war employed in the service of foreign powers, that is to say, of their diplomatic missions. A separate convention as to the Black Sea between Russia and Turkey agreed that the contracting parties should have in that sea 6 light steam vessels of not more than 800 tons and 4 steam or sailing vessels of not more than 200 tons each. Thus the controversies about the Christian provinces, the Straits, and the Black Sea were believed to be settled. The great central business of the Congress, however, was to assure the independence and the territorial integrity of Turkey, now admitted to a place in the family of European states. As it did not seem clear to those most particularly concerned in bringing about this result that the arrangements adopted in full Congress had been sufficient to guarantee Turkey from the enemy they most feared, there was a tripartite treaty afterwards agreed to between England, France, and Austria. This document bears date in Paris, April 15th, 1856. By it, the contracting parties guaranteed jointly and severally the independence and integrity of the Ottoman Empire, and declared that any infraction of the General Treaty of March 30th would be considered by them a casus belli. It is probable that not one of the 3 contracting parties was quite sincere in the making of this treaty. It appears to have been done at the instigation of Austria, much less for the sake of Turkey than in order that she might have some understanding of a special kind with some of the great powers, and thus avoid the semblance of isolation which she now especially dreaded, having Russia to fear on the one side and seeing Italy already raising its head on the other. England did not particularly care about the tripartite treaty which was pressed upon her, and which she accepted, trusting that she might never have to act upon it. And France accepted it without any liking for it, probably without the least intention of ever acting on it. The Congress was also the means of bringing about a treaty between England and France and Sweden. By this engagement, Sweden undertook not to cede to Russia any part of her present territories or any rights of fishery, and the 2 other powers agreed to maintain Sweden by force against aggression. The Congress of Paris was remarkable, too, for the fact that the plenipotentiaries before separating came to an agreement on the subject of the right of search and the rules generally of maritime war. They agreed to the 4 following declarations. First, privateering is and remains abolished. Second, The neutral flag covers enemies' goods with the exception of contraband of war. Third, neutral goods with the exception of contraband of war are not liable to capture under an enemy's flag. Fourth, blockades in order to be binding must be effective, that is to say, maintained by a force sufficient really to prevent access to the enemy's coast. At the opening of the war, Great Britain had already virtually given up the claims she once made against neutrals, and which were indeed untenable in the face of modern civilization. She gladly agreed, therefore, to ratify, so far as her declaration went, the doctrines which would abolish forever the principle upon which those and kindred claims once rested. It was agreed, however, that the rules adopted at the Congress of Paris should only be binding on those states that had acceded or should accede to them. The government of the United States had previously invited the great European powers by a circular to assent to the broad doctrine that free ships make free goods. At the instance of England, it was answered that the adoption of that doctrine must be conditional on America's renouncing the right of privateering. To this the United States raised some difficulty, and the declarations of the Congress were therefore made without America's assenting to them. With many other questions, too, the Congress of Paris occupied itself. At the instigation of Count Cavour, the condition of Italy was brought under its notice, and there can be no doubt that out of the Congress and the part that Sardinia assumed as representative of Italian nationality came the great succession of events which ended in the establishment of a King of Italy in the palace of the Quirinal. The adjustment of the condition of the Danubian principalities, too, engaged much attention and discussion, and a highly ingenious arrangement was devised for the purpose of keeping those provinces from actual union, so that they might be coherent enough to act as a rampart against Russia, without being so coherent as to cause Austria any alarm for her own somewhat disjointed, not to say distracted, political system. All these artificial and complex arrangements presently fell to pieces, and the principalities became in the course of no very long time an independent state under a hereditary prince. But for the hour it was hoped that the independence of Turkey and the restriction of Russia, the security of the Christian provinces, the neutrality of the Black Sea, and the closing of the straits against war vessels had been bought by the war. England lost some 24,000 men in the war, of whom hardly a sixth fell in battle or died of wounds. Cholera and other diseases gave grim account of the rest. 41 millions of money were added by the campaign to the national debt. Not much, it will be seen, was there in the way of mere military glory to show for the cost. Our fleets had hardly any chance of making their power felt. The ships of the Allies took Bomarsund in the Baltic and Kinburn in the Black Sea, and bombarded several places, but the war was not one that gave a chance to a Nelson, even if a Nelson had been at hand. Among the accidental and unpleasant consequences of the campaign, it is worth mentioning the quarrel in which England became involved with the United States because of our Foreign Enlistment Act. At the close of December 1854, Parliament hurriedly passed an act authorizing the formation of a foreign legion for service in the war, and some Swiss and Germans were recruited who never proved of the slightest service. Prussia and America both complained that the zeal of our recruiting functionaries outran the limits of discretion and of law. One of our consuls was actually put on trial at Cologne, and America made a serious complaint of the enlistment of her citizens. England apologized, but the United States were out of temper and insisted in sending our minister, Mr. Crampton, away from Washington, and some little time passed before the friendly relations of the two states were completely restored. So the Crimean War ended. It was one of the unlucky accidents of the hour that the curtain fell on the Crimea upon what may be considered a check to the arms of England. There were not a few in this country who would gladly have seen the peace negotiations fail, in order that England might thereby have an opportunity of reasserting her military supremacy in the eyes of Europe. Never during the campaign nor for a long time before it had England been in so excellent a condition for war as she was when the warlike operations suddenly came to an end. The campaign had indeed only been a training time for us after the unnerving relaxation of a long peace. We had learned some severe lessons from it, and not unnaturally there were impatient spirits who chafed at the idea of England's having no opportunity of putting these lessons to account. It was but a mere chance that prevented us from accomplishing the capture of the Redan, despite the very serious disadvantages with which we were hampered in our enterprise as compared with our allies and their simultaneous operation. With just a little better generalship, the Redan would have been taken. As it was, even with the generalship that we had, the next attempt would not have been likely to fail. But the Russians abandoned Sebastopol, and our principal ally was even more anxious for peace than the enemy, and we had no choice but to accept the situation. The war had never been popular in France. It had never had even that amount of popularity which the French people accorded to their emperor's later enterprise, the campaign against Austria. Louis Napoleon had had all he wanted. He had been received into the society of European sovereigns and had made what the French public were taught to consider a brilliant campaign. It is surprising to anyone who looks calmly back now on the history of the Crimean War to find what an extravagant amount of credit the French army obtained by its share in the operations. Even in this country it was at the time an almost universal opinion that the French succeeded in everything they tried, that their system was perfect, that their tactics were beyond improvement, that they were a contrast to us in every respect. Much of this absurd delusion was no doubt the result of a condition of things among us which no reasonable Englishman would exchange for all the imaginary triumphs that a court historiographer ever celebrated. It was due to the fact that our system was open to the criticism of every pen that chose to assail it. Not a spot in our military organization escaped detection and exposure. Every detail was keenly criticized. Every weakness was laid open to public observation. We invited all the world to see where we were failing and what were the causes of our failure. Our journals did the work for the military system of England that Matthew Arnold says Goethe did for the political and social systems of Europe, struck its finger upon the weak places and said, "Thou ailest here and here." While the official and officious journals of the French Empire were sounding paeans to the honour of the Emperor and his successes, to his generals, his officers, his commissariat, his transport service, his soldiers, his camp, pioneers and all, our leading papers of all shades of politics were only occupied in pointing out defects and blaming those who did not instantly remedy them. Unpatriotic conduct, it may be said. Aye, truly, if the conduct of the doctor be unfriendly when he tells that we have the symptoms of failing health and warns us to take some measures for rest and renovation. Some of the criticisms of the English press were undoubtedly inaccurate and rash, but their general effect was bracing, healthful, successful. Their immediate result was that which has already been indicated, to leave the English army at the close of the campaign far better able to undertake prolonged and serious operations of war than it had been at any time during the campaign's continuance. For the effect of the French system on the French army, we should have to come down a little later in history and study the workings of imperialism as they displayed themselves in the confidence, the surprises, and the collapse of 1870. Still, there was a feeling of disappointment in this country at the close of the war. This was partly due to dissatisfaction with the manner in which we had carried on the campaign, and partly to distrust of its political results. Our soldiers had done splendidly, but our generals and our system had done poorly indeed. Only one first-class reputation of a military order had come out of the war, and that was by the common consent of the world awarded to a Russian, to General Todleben, the defender of Sebastopol. No new name was made on our side or on that of the French, and some promising or traditional reputations were shattered. The political results of the war were to many minds equally unsatisfying. We had gone into the enterprise for two things: to restrain the aggressive and aggrandizing spirit of Russia, and to secure the integrity and independence of Turkey as a power capable of upholding herself with credit among the states of Europe. Events which happened more than 20 years later will have to be studied before anyone can form a satisfactory opinion as to the degree of success which attended each of these objects. For the present it is enough to say that there was not among thoughtful minds at the time a very strong conviction of success either way. Lord Aberdeen had been modest in his estimate of what the war would do. He had never had any heart in it, and he was not disposed to exaggerate its beneficent possibilities. He estimated that it might perhaps secure peace in the east of Europe for some 25 years. His modest expectation was prophetic. Indeed, it a little overshot the mark. 22 years after the close of the Crimean campaign, Russia and Turkey were at war again. End of section 26. Section 27 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 2 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 29, The Literature of the Reign, First Survey, Part 1. The close of the Crimean War is a great landmark in the reign of Queen Victoria. This, therefore, is a convenient opportunity to cast a glance back upon the literary achievements of a period so markedly divided in political interest from any that went before it. The reign of Queen Victoria is the first in which the constitutional and parliamentary system of government came fairly and completely into recognition. It is also the reign which had the good fortune to witness the great modern development in all that relates to practical invention, and more especially in the application of science to the work of making communication rapid between men. On land and ocean, in air and under the sea, the history of rapid travel and rapid interchange of message coincides with that of the present reign. Such a reign ought to have a distinctive literature. So in truth it has. Of course, it is somewhat bold to predict long and distinct renown for contemporaries or contemporary schools, but it may perhaps be assumed without any undue amount of speculative venturesomeness that the age of Queen Victoria will stand out in history as the period of a literature as distinct from others as the age of Elizabeth or Anne, although not perhaps equal in greatness to the latter, and far indeed below the former. At the opening of Queen Victoria's reign, a great race of literary men had come to a close. It is curious to note how sharply and completely the literature of Victoria separates itself from that of the era whose heroes were Scott, Byron, and Wordsworth. Before Queen Victoria came to the throne, Scott, Byron, Coleridge, and Keats were dead. Wordsworth lived indeed for many years after, so did Southey and Moore, and Savage Landor died much later still. But Wordsworth, Southey, Moore, and Landor had completed their literary work before Victoria came to the throne. Not one of them added a cubit or an inch to his intellectual stature from that time. Some of them even did work which distinctly proved that their day was done. A new and fresh breath was soon after breathed into literature. Nothing perhaps is more remarkable about the better literature of the age of Queen Victoria than its complete severance from the leadership of that which had gone before it, and its evidence of a fresh and genuine inspiration. It is a somewhat curious fact, too, very convenient for the purposes of this history, that the literature of Queen Victoria's time thus far divides itself clearly into two parts. The poets, novelists, and historians who were making their fame with the beginning of the reign had done all their best work and made their mark before these later years, and were followed by a new and different school, drawing inspiration from wholly different sources and challenging comparison as antagonists rather than disciples. We speak now only of literature. In science, the most remarkable developments were reserved for the later years of the reign. We use the words remarkable developments in the historical rather than in the scientific sense. it would be hardly possible to overrate the benefits conferred upon science and the world by some of the scientific men who made the best part of their fame in the earlier years of the reign. Some great names at once start to the memory. We think of Brewster, the experimental philosopher, who combined in so extraordinary a degree the strictest severity of scientific argument and form with a freedom of fancy and imagination which lent picturesqueness to all his illustrations and invested his later writings especially with an indefinable charm. We think of Michael Faraday, the chemist and electrician, who knew so well how to reconcile the boldest researches into the heights and deeps of science with the sincerest spirit of faith and devotion, the memory of whose delightful improvisations on the science he loved to expound must remain forever with all who had the privilege of hearing the unrivalled lecturer deliver his annual discourses at the Royal Institution. It is not likely that the name of Sir John Herschel, a gifted member of a gifted family, would be forgotten by anyone taking even the hastiest glance at the science of our time. A family of whom it may truly be said, as the German prose writer says of his dreaming hero, that their eyes were among the stars and their souls in the blue ether. Richard Owens is in another field of knowledge a great renown. Owen has been called the Cuvier of England and the Newton of natural history, and there cannot be any doubt that his researches and discoveries as an anatomist and paleontologist have marked a distinct era in the development of the study to which he devoted himself. Hugh Miller, the author of The Old Red Sandstone and The Testimony of the Rocks, the devotee and unfortunately the martyr of scientific inquiry, brought a fresh and brilliant literary ability almost as untutored and spontaneous as that of his immortal countryman Robert Burns, to bear on the exposition of the studies to which he literally sacrificed his life. If therefore we say that the later period of Queen Victoria's reign is more remarkable in science than the former, it is not because we would assert that the men of this later day contributed in richer measure to the development of human knowledge, and especially of practical science, than those of the earlier time. But it was in the later period that the scientific controversies sprang up, and the school arose which will be in the historian's sense most closely associated with the epoch. The value of the labours of men like Owen and Faraday and Brewster is often to be appreciated thoroughly by scientific students alone. What they have done is to be recorded in the history of science rather than in the general and popular history of a day. But the school of scientific thought which Darwin founded, and in which Huxley and Tyndall taught, is the subject of a controversy which may be set down as memorable in the history of the world. All science and all common life accepted with gratitude and without contest the contributions made to our knowledge by Faraday and Brewster. But the theories of Darwin divided the scientific world, the religious world, and indeed all society into two hostile camps, and so became an event in history which the historian can no more pass over than in telling of the growth of the United States he could omit any mention of the great Civil War. Even in dealing with the growth of science, it is on the story of battles that the attention of the outer world must to the end of time be turned with the keenest interest. This is, one might almost think, a scientific law in itself, with which it would be waste of time to quarrel. The earlier part of the reign was richer in literary genius than the later has thus far been. Of course, the dividing line which we draw is loosely drawn, and may sometimes appear to be capricious. Some of those who won their fame in the earlier part continued active workers, in certain instances steadily adding to their celebrity through the succeeding years. The figure of Thomas Carlyle is familiar still to all who live in the neighbourhood of Chelsea. It was late in the reign of Victoria that Stuart Mill came out for the first time on a public platform in London, after a life divided between official work and the most various reading and study, a life divided, too, between the seclusion of Blackheath and the more poetic seclusion of Avignon, among the nightingales whose song was afterwards so sweet to his dying ears. He came strange and shy into a world which knew him only in his books, and to which the gentle and grave demeanour of the shrinking and worn recluse seemed out of keeping with the fearless brain and heart which his career as a thinker proved him to have. The reign had run for 40 years when Harriet Martineau was taken from that beautiful and romantic home in the bosom of the Lake Country to which her celebrity had drawn so many famous visitors for so long a time. The renown of Dickens began with the reign, and his death was sadly premature when he died in his quaint and charming home at Gad's Hill, in the country of Falstaff and Prince Hal, some 33 years after. Mrs. Browning passed away very prematurely, but it might well be contended that the fame, or at least the popularity, of Robert Browning belongs to this later part of the reign, even though his greatest work belongs to the earlier. The author of the most brilliant and vivid book of travel known in our modern English, Eothen, made a sudden renown in the earlier part of the reign, and achieved a new and different sort of repute as the historian of the Crimean War during the later part. Still, if we take the close of the Crimean War as an event dividing the reign thus far into two parts, we shall find that there does seem a tolerably clear division between the literature of the two periods. We have therefore put in this first part of our history the men and women who had distinctly made their mark in these former years, and who would have been famous if, from that time out, they had done nothing more. It is with this division borne in mind that we describe the reign as more remarkable in the literature of the earlier and in the science of these later years. It is not rash to say that although poets, historians, and novelists of celebrity came afterwards and may come yet, the literature of our time gave its measure, as the French phrase is, in that earlier period. Alike in its earlier passages and in its later, the reign is rich in historical labours. The names of Grote, Macaulay, and Carlyle occur at once to the mind when we survey the former period. Mr. Grote's History of Greece is indeed a monumental piece of work. It has all that patience and exhaustive care which principally mark the German historians, and it has an earnestness which is not to be found generally in the representatives of what Carlyle has called the dry-as-dust school. Grote threw himself completely into the life and politics of Athens. It was said of him with some truth that he entered so thoroughly into all the political life of Greece as to become now and then the partisan of this or that public man. His own practical acquaintance with politics was undoubtedly of great service to him. We have all grown somewhat tired of hearing the words of Gibbon quoted, in which he tells us that the discipline and evolutions of a modern battalion gave me a clearer notion of the phalanx and the legion, and the captain of the Hampshire Grenadiers, the reader may smile, has not been useless to the historian of the Roman Empire. Assuredly, the practical knowledge of politics which Grote acquired during the 9 or 10 years of his parliamentary career was of much service to the historian of Greece. It has been said indeed of him that he never could quite keep from regarding the struggles of parties in Athens as exactly illustrating the principles disputed between the Liberals and the Tories in England. It does not seem to us, however, that his political career affected his historical studies in any way, but by throwing greater vitality and nervousness into his descriptions of Athenian controversies. The difference between a man who is mingled anywhere in the active life of politics and one who only knows that life from books and the talk of others is specially likely to show itself in such a study as Grote's history. His political training enabled Grote to see in the statesmen and soldiers of the Greek peoples men and not trees walking. It taught him how to make the dry bones live. Mr. Grote began life as what would have been called in later years a philosophical radical. He was a close friend of Stuart Mill, although he did not always agree with Mill in his opinions. During his parliamentary career he devoted himself for the most part to the advocacy of the system of vote by ballot. He brought forward a motion on the subject every session, as Mr. Charles Villiers did at one time for the repeal of the Corn Laws. He only gave up the House of Commons in order that he might be free to complete his great history. He did not retain all his radical opinions to the end of his life so thoroughly as Mill did, but owned with a certain regret that in many ways his views had undergone modification, and that he grew less and less ardent for political change, less hopeful, we may suppose, of the amount of good to be done for human happiness and virtue by the spread and movement of what are now called advanced opinions. It must be owned that it takes a very vigorous and elastic mind to enable a man to resist the growth of that natural and physical tendency toward conservatism or reaction which comes with advancing years. It is as well for society on the whole that this should be so, and that the elders, as a rule, should form themselves into a guard to challenge very pertinaciously all the eager claims and demands for change made by hopeful and restless youth. No one would more readily have admitted the advantage that may come from this common law of life than Grote's friend Mill, although Mill remained, to the close of his career, as full of hope in the movement of liberal opinions as he had been in his boyhood, still, to quote from some noble words of Schiller, reverencing as a man the dreams of his youth. In his later years Grote withdrew from all connection with active political controversy, and was indeed curiously ignorant of the very bearings of some of the greatest questions around the settlement of which the passions and interests of another hemisphere were brought into fierce and vast dispute. We have already had occasion more than once to speak of Macaulay, the great parliamentary debater and statesman. It is the less necessary to say much of him as a historian, for Macaulay will be remembered rather as a man who could do many things brilliantly than as the author of a history. Yet Macaulay's History of England, whatever its defects, is surely entitled to rank as a great work. We do not know whether grave scholars will regard it as to the honour of the book or the reverse, that it was by far the most popular historical essay ever produced by an Englishman. The successive volumes of Macaulay's History of England were run after as the Waverley novels might have been at the zenith of their author's fame. Living England talked for the time of nothing but Macaulay's England. Certainly history had never before in our country been treated in a style so well calculated to render it at once popular, fascinating, and fashionable. Every chapter glittered with vivid and highly coloured description. On almost every page was found some sentence of glowing eloquence or gleaming antithesis, which at once lent itself to citation and repetition. Not one word of it could have failed to convey its meaning. The whole stood out in an atmosphere clear, bright, and incapable of misty illusion as that of a Swiss lake in summer. No shade or faint haze of a doubt appeared anywhere. The admirer of Macaulay had all the comfort in his studies that a votary of the Roman Catholic Church may have. He had an infallible guide. He had no need to vex himself with doubt, speculation, or even conjecture. This absolute certainty about everything was beyond question one great source of Macaulay's popularity. That resolute conviction which readers of a more intellectual class are especially inclined to distrust has the same charm for the ordinary reader that it has for children, who never care to hear any story if they suppose the narrator does not know all about it in such a way as to render question or contradiction impossible. But although this was one of the causes of Macaulay's popularity, it was not the most substantial cause. The brilliancy of his style, the variety and aptness of his illustrations, and the animated manner in which he contrived to set his ideas of men, places, and events before the reader, these were among the sources of success to which his admirers must look with the greatest satisfaction. It is of late somewhat the fashion to disparage Macaulay. He was a popular idol so long that in the natural course of things it has come to him to have his title to worship, or even to faith, very generally questioned. To be unreasonably admired by one generation is to incur the certainty of being unreasonably disparaged by the next. The tendency of late is to assume that because Macaulay was brilliant, he must necessarily be superficial. But Macaulay was not superficial. He was dogmatic, he was full of prejudice, he was in all respects a better advocate than judge, He was wanting in the calm, impartial, balancing faculty which an historian of the highest class ought to have, but he was not superficial. No man could make out a better and stronger case for any side of a controversy which he was led to espouse. He was not good at drawing or explaining complex characters. He loved, indeed, to picture contradictory and paradoxical characters. Nothing delighted him more than to throw off an animated description of some great person, who, having been shown in the first instance to possess one set of qualities in extreme prominence, was then shown to have a set of exactly antagonistic qualities in quite equal prominence. This was not describing a complex character. It was merely embodying a paradox. It was to solder close, as Timon of Athens says, impossibilities and make them kiss. There was something too much of trick about this, although it was often done with so much power as to bewilder the better judgment of the calmest reader. But where Macaulay happened to be right in his view of a man or an event, he made his convictions clear with an impressiveness and a brilliancy such as no modern author has surpassed. The world owes him something for having protested by precept and example against the absurd notion that the dignity of history required of historians to be grave, pompous, and dull. He was not a Gibbon, but he wrote with all Gibbon's delight in the picturesqueness of a subject, and Gibbon's resolve to fascinate as well as to instruct his readers. Macaulay's history tries too much to be an historical portrait gallery. The dangers of such a style do not need to be pointed out. They are amply illustrated in Macaulay's sparkling pages. But it is something to know that their splendid qualities are far more conspicuous than their defects. Perhaps very recent readers of history, too, may feel disposed to be grateful to Macaulay for having written without any profound philosophical theory to expound. He told history like a story. He warmed up as he went along, and grew enamoured, as a romancist does, of this character and angry with that other. No doubt he frequently thus did harm to the trustworthiness of his narrative, where it had to deal with disputed questions, although he probably enhanced the charms of his animated style. But he did not set out with a mission to expound some theory as to a race or a tendency, and therefore pledged beforehand to bend all facts of the physical, the political, and the moral world to the duty of bearing witness for him and proclaiming the truth of his message to mankind. End of section 27. Section 28 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 2 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 29, The Literature of the Reign, First Survey, Part 2. Macaulay was not exactly what the Germans would call a many-sided man. He never was anything but the one Macaulay in all he did or attempted, but he did a great many things well. Nothing that he ever attempted was done badly. He was as successful in the composition of a pretty Valentine for a little girl as he was in his history, his essays, his lays of ancient Rome, and his parliamentary speeches. In everything he attempted, he went very near to that success which true genius achieves. In everything, he just fell short of that achievement. But he so nearly attained it that the reader who takes up one of Macaulay's books or speeches for the first time is almost sure to believe, under the influence of the instant impression, that the genuine inspiration is there. Macaulay is understood to have for a long time thought of writing a romance. If he had done so, we may feel sure that many intelligent readers would have believed on the first perusal of it that it was almost on a level with Scott, and only as the first impression gradually faded and they came to read it again, have found out that Macaulay was not a Scott in fiction any more than he was a Burke in eloquence or a Gibbon in history. He filled for a long time a larger space in the public mind than any other literary man in England, and his style greatly affected literary men. But his influence did not pierce deeply down into public feeling and thought, as that of one or two other men of the same period undoubtedly did, and does still. He did not impress the very soul of English feeling as Mr. Carlyle, for example, has done. No influence suffused the age from first to last more strongly than that of Thomas Carlyle. England's very way of thinking was at one time profoundly affected by Carlyle. He introduced the English people to the great German authors, very much as Lessing had introduced the Germans to Shakespeare and the Old English ballads. Carlyle wrote in a style which was so little like that ordinarily accepted as English that the best thing to be said for it was that it was not exactly German. At one time it appeared to be so completely moulded on that of Jean-Paul Richter that not a few persons doubted whether the newcomer really had any ideas of his own. But Carlyle soon proved that he could think for himself, and he very often proved it by thinking wrong. There was in him a deep, strong vein of the poetic. Long after he had evidently settled down to be a writer of prose and nothing else, it still seemed to many that his true sphere was poetry. The grim seriousness which he had taken from his Scottish birth and belongings was made hardly less grim by the irony which continually gleamed and scowled through it. Truth and force were the deities of Carlyle's especial worship. The eternal verities sat on top of his Olympus. To act out the truth in life and make others act it out would require some force more strong, ubiquitous, and penetrating than we can well obtain from the slow deliberations of an ordinary parliament, with its debates and divisions and everlasting formulas. Therefore, to enforce his eternal verities, Carlyle always preached up and yearned for the strong man, the poem in action, whom the world in our day had not found and perhaps would never appreciate. If this man were found, it would be his duty and his privilege to drill us all in some vast camp and compel us to do the right thing to his dictation. It cannot be doubted that this preaching of the divine right of force had a serious and sometimes a very detrimental effect upon the public opinion of England. It degenerated often into affectation, alike with the teacher and the disciples. But the influence of Carlyle in preaching earnestness and truth, in art and letters and everything else, had a healthy and very remarkable effect entirely outside the regions of the moralist, who in this country at least has always taught the same lesson. It is very probable that individual men were made much more truthful in England by Carlyle's glorification of the eternal verities than they would have been without it. But his influence on letters and art was peculiar and was not evanescent. Carlyle is distinctly the founder of a school of history and a school of art. In the meanwhile, we may regard him simply as a great author and treat his books as literary studies and not as gospels. Thus regarded, we shall find that he writes in a style which every sober critic would feel bound to condemn, but which nevertheless the soberest critic is forced continually, despite himself and his rules, to admire. For out of the strange jargon which he seems to have deliberately adopted, Carlyle has undoubtedly constructed a wonderfully expressive medium in which to speak his words of remonstrance and admonition. It is a mannerism, but a mannerism into which a great deal of the individuality of the man seems to have entered. It is not wholly affectation or superficiality. Carlyle's own soul seems to speak out in it more freely and strenuously than it would in the ordinary English of society and literature. No tongue, says Richter, is eloquent save in its own language, and this strange language, which he has made for himself, does really appear to be the native tongue of Carlyle's powerful and melancholy eloquence. Carlyle is endowed with a marvellous power of depicting stormy scenes and rugged, daring natures. At times strange, wild, piercing notes of the pathetic are heard through his strenuous and fierce bursts of eloquence, like the wail of a clarion thrilling between the blasts of a storm. His history of the French Revolution is history read by lightning. Of this remarkable book, John Stuart Mill supplied the principal material, for Mill at one time thought of writing a history of the Revolution himself, but giving up the idea, placed the materials he had collected at the service of Carlyle. Carlyle used the materials in his own way. He is indebted to no one for his method of making up his history. With all its defects, the book is one of the very finest our age has produced. Its characters stand out like portraits by Rembrandt. Its crowds live and move. The picture of Mirabeau is worthy of the hand of the great German poet who gave us Wallenstein. But Carlyle's style has introduced into this country a thoroughly false method of writing history. It is a method which has little regard for the dry light which Bacon approved. It works under the varying glare of coloured lights. Its purpose is to express scorn of one set of ideas and men and admiration of another. Given the man we admire, then all his doings and ways must be admirable, and the historian proceeds to work this principle out. Carlyle's Mirabeau is as truly a creature of romance as the Monte Cristo of Dumas. This way of going to work became even more apparent as the mannerisms became more incessant in Carlyle's later writings. In the Frederick the Great, for example, the reader dares not trust such history. It is of little value as an instructor in the lessons of the times and events it deals with. It only tells us what Carlyle thought of the times and the events, and the men who were the chief actors in them. Nor does Carlyle bequeath many new ideas to the world which he stirred by his stormy eloquence. That falsehood cannot prevail over truth in the end, nor simulacra do the work of realities, is not after all a lesson which earth can be said to have waited for up to the 19th century and the coming of Carlyle. And yet it would be hard to point to any other philosophical outcome of Mr. Carlyle's teaching. His value is in his eloquence, his power, his passion and pathos, his stirring and lifelike pictures of human character, whether faithful to the historical originals or not, and the vein of poetry which runs through all his best writings and sometimes makes even the least sympathetic reader believe that he has to do with a genuine poet. In strongest contrast to the influence of Carlyle may be set the influence of Mill. Except where the professed teachers of religious creeds are concerned, there can be found no other man in the reign of Victoria who had anything like the influence over English thought that Mill and Carlyle possessed. Mill was a devoted believer in the possibilities of human nature and of liberty. If Rousseau was the apostle of affliction, Mill was surely the apostle of freedom. He believed that human society might be brought to something not far removed from perfection by the influence of education and of freedom, acting on the best impulses and disciplining the emotions of men and women. Mill was a strange blending of political economist and sentimentalist. It was not altogether in humorous exaggeration that somebody said he was Adam Smith and Petrarch in one. The curious seclusion in which he was brought up by his father, the wonderful discipline of study to which in his very infancy he was subjected, would have made something strange and striking out of a commonplace nature, and Mill was in any case a man of genius. There was an antique simplicity and purity about his life which removed him altogether from the ways of ordinary society. But the defect of his teaching as an ethical guide was that he made too little allowance for the influence of ordinary society. He always seemed to act on the principle that with true education and noble example, the most commonplace men could be persuaded to act like heroes and to act like heroes always. The great service which he rendered to the world in his political economy and his system of logic is of course independent of his controverted theories and teachings. These works would, if they were all he had written, place him in the very front rank of English thinkers and instructors. But these only represent half of his influence on the public opinion of his time. His faith in the principle of human liberty led him to originate the movement for what is called the emancipation of women. Opinions will doubtless long differ as to the advantages of the movement, but there can be no possible difference of judgment as to the power and fascination of Mill's advocacy and to the influence he exercised. He did not succeed in his admirable lesson on liberty. in establishing the rule or principle by which men may decide between the right of free expression of opinion and the right of authority to ordain silence. Probably no precise boundary can ever be drawn, and in this, as in so much else, lawmakers and peoples must be content with a compromise. But Mill's is at least a noble plea for the fullest possible liberty of utterance, and he has probably carried the argument as far as it ever can be carried. There never was a more lucid and candid reasoner. The most difficult and abstruse questions become clear by the light of his luminous exposition. Something, too, of human interest and sympathy became infused into the most seemingly arid discussions of political economy by the virtue of his emotional and half-poetic nature. It was well said of him that he reconciled political economy with human feeling. His style was clear as light. Mill, said one of his critics, lives in light. Sometimes his language rose to a noble and dignified eloquence. Here and there are passages of a grave, keen irony. Into the questions of religious belief which arise in connection with his works, it is no part of our business to enter, but it may be remarked that his latest writings seem to show that his views were undergoing much modification in his closing years. His opponents would have allowed as readily as his supporters that no man could have been more sincerely inspired with a desire to arrive at the truth, and that none could be more resolute to follow the course which his conscience told him to be right. He carried this resolute principle into his warmest controversies, and it was often remarked that he usually began by stating the case of the adversary better than the adversary could have done it for himself. Applying to his own character the same truthful method of inquiry which he applied to others, Mill has given a very accurate description of one at least of the qualities by which he was able to accomplish so much. He tells us in his autobiography that he had from an early period considered that the most useful part he could take in the domain of thought was that of an interpreter of original thinkers and mediator between them and the public. I had always a humble opinion of my own powers as an original thinker, except in abstract science, logic, metaphysics, and the theoretical principles of political economy and politics, but thought myself much superior to most of my contemporaries in willingness and ability to learn from everybody, as I found hardly anyone who made such a point of examining what was said in defense of all opinions, however new or however old, in the conviction that even if they were errors, there might be a substratum of truth underneath them, and that in any case the discovery of what it was that made them plausible would be a benefit to truth. This was not assuredly Mill's greatest merit, but it was perhaps his most peculiar quality. He was an original thinker, despite his own sincere disclaimer, but he founded no new system. He could be trusted to examine and expound any system with the most perfect fairness and candor, and even where it was least in harmony with his own ideas, to do the fullest justice to every one of its claims. Harriet Martineau's career as a woman of letters and a teacher began indeed before the reign of Queen Victoria, but it was carried on almost without interruption during nearly 40 years of the reign. She was political economist, novelist, historian, biographer, and journalist, and in no path did she fail to make her mark. Few women could have turned to the occupations of a political writer under greater physical disadvantages, and no man in this line of life, however well furnished by nature with physical and intellectual qualifications for success, could have done better work. She wrote some exquisite little stories and one or two novels of more ambitious character. It is praise enough to give them when we say that although fiction certainly was not work for which she was most especially qualified, yet what she did seems to be destined to live and hold a place in our literature. She was, so far as we know, the only Englishwoman who ever achieved distinct and great success as a writer of leading articles for a daily newspaper. Her strong prejudices and dislikes prevent her from being always regarded as a trustworthy historian. Her History of the 30 Years' Peace, for it may be regarded as wholly hers, although Charles Knight began it, is a work full of vigorous thought and clear description, with here and there passages of genuine eloquence, but it is marred in its effect as a trustworthy narrative by the manner in which the authoress yields here and there to inveterate and wholesale dislikes, and sometimes, though not so often or so markedly, to an overwrought hero worship. Miss Martineau had to a great extent an essentially masculine mind. She was often reproached with being unfeminine, and assuredly she would have been surprised to hear that there was anything womanish in her way of criticizing public events and men. Yet in reading her history one is sometimes amused to find that that partisanship which is commonly set down as a specially feminine quality affects her estimate of a statesman. Hers is not by any means the Carlylean way of starting with a theory and finding all virtue and glory in the man who seems to embody it, and all baseness and stupidity in his opponents. But when she takes a dislike to a particular individual, she seems to assume that where he was wrong he must have been wrong of set malign purpose, and that where he chanced to be right it was in mistake, and in despite of his own greater inclination to be in the wrong. It is fortunate that these dislikes are not many, and also that they soon show themselves and therefore cease to be seriously misleading. In all other respects the book well deserves careful study. The life of the woman is a study still more deeply interesting. Others of her sex there were of greater genius, even in her own time, but no Englishwoman ever followed with such perseverance and success a career of literary and political labour. The Blue Peter has long been flying at my foremast, and now that I am in my 92nd year, I must soon expect the signal for sailing. In this quaint and cheery way, Mary Somerville, many years after the period at which we have now arrived in this work, described her condition and her quiet waiting for death. No one surely could have better earned the right to die by the labours of a long life devoted to the education and improvement of her kind. Mary Somerville has probably no rival among women as a scientific scholar. Her summary of Laplace's Mécanique Céleste, her treatise on the connection of the physical sciences, and her physical geography would suffice to place any student, man or woman, in the foremost rank of scientific expounders. The physical geography is the only one of Mrs. Somerville's remarkable works which was published in the reign of Queen Victoria. But the publication of the other two preceded the opening of the reign by so short a time, and her career and her fame so entirely belong to the Victorian period, that even if the physical geography had never been published, she must be included in this history. I was intensely ambitious, Mrs. Somerville says of herself in her earlier days, to excel in something, for I felt in my own breast that women were capable of taking a higher place in creation than that assigned to them in my early days, which was very low. It is not exaggeration to say that Mrs. Somerville distinctly raised the world's estimate of woman's capacity for the severest and the loftiest scientific pursuits. She possessed the most extraordinary power of concentration, amounting to an entire absorption in the subject which she happened to be studying, to the exclusion of all disturbing sights and sounds. She had in a supreme degree that which Carlyle calls the first quality of genius, an immense capacity for taking trouble. She had also, happily for herself, an immense capacity for finding enjoyment in almost everything, in new places, people, and thoughts, in the old familiar scenes and friends and associations. Hers was a noble, calm, fully rounded life. She worked as steadfastly and as eagerly in her scientific studies as Harriet Martineau did with her economics and her politics, but she had a more cheery, less sensitive, less eager and impatient nature than Harriet Martineau. She was able to pursue her most intricate calculations after she had passed her 90th year, and one of her chief regrets in dying was that she should not live to see the distance of the earth from the sun determined by the transit of Venus, and the source of the most renowned of rivers, the discovery of which will immortalize the name of Dr. Livingstone. End of section 28. Section 29 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 3 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 29, The Literature of the Reign, First Survey, Part 3. The paths of the two poets who first sprang into fame in the present reign are strangely remote from each other. Mr. Tennyson and Mr. Browning are as unlike in style and choice of subject, and indeed in the whole spirit of their poetry, as Wordsworth and Byron. Mr. Tennyson deals with incident and picturesque form and graceful legend, and with so much of doubt and thought and yearning melancholy as would belong to a refined and cultured intellect under no greater stress or strain than the ordinary chances of life among educated Englishmen might be expected to impose. He has revived with great success the old Arthurian legends and made them a part of the living literature of England. But the knights and ladies whom he paints are refined, graceful, noble, without roughness, without wild, or at all events complex and distracting passions. It may perhaps be said that Tennyson has taken for his province all the beauty, all the nobleness, all the feeling that lie near to or on the surface of life and nature. His object might seem to be that which Lessing declared the true object of all art, to delight. But it is to delight in a somewhat narrower sense than was the meaning of Lessing. Beauty, melancholy, and repose are the elements of Tennyson's poetry. There is no storm, no conflict, no complication. Mr. Browning, on the other hand, delights in perplexed problems of character and life, in studying the effects of strange contrasting forces of passion coming into play under peculiar and distracting conditions. All that lies beneath the surface, all that is out of the common track of emotion, all that is possible, that is poetically conceivable, but that the outer air and the daily walks of life never see, this is what specially attracts Mr. Browning. In Tennyson, the knight of King Arthur's mythical court has the emotions of a polished English gentleman of our day and nothing more. Mr. Browning would prefer, in treating of a polished English gentleman of our day, to exhibit him under some conditions which should draw out in him all the strange elementary passions and complications of emotion that lie far down in deeps below the surface of the best ordered civilization. The tendency of the one poet is naturally to fall now and then into the sweetly insipid, of the other to wander away into the tangled regions of the grotesque. It is perhaps only natural that under such conditions the one poet should be profoundly concerned for beauty of form, and the latter almost absolutely indifferent to it. No poet has more finished beauty of style and exquisite charm of melody than Tennyson. None certainly can be more often wanting in grace of form and delight of soft sound than Mr. Browning. There are many passages and even many poems of Browning which show that the poet could be melodious if he would, but he seems sometimes as if he took a positive delight in perplexing the reader's ear with harsh, untuneful sounds. Mr. Browning commonly allows the study of the purely psychological to absorb too much of his moods and of his genius. It has a fascination for him which he is seemingly unable to resist. He makes of his poems too often mere searchings into strange deeps of human character and human error. He seldom abandons himself altogether to the inspiration of the poet. He hardly ever deserves the definition of the minstrel given in Goethe's ballad, who sings but as the songbird sings. Moreover, Mr. Browning has an almost morbid taste for the grotesque. He is not infrequently a sort of poetic Calo. It has to be added that Mr. Browning is seldom easy to understand, and that there are times when he is only to be understood at the expense of as much thought and study as one might give to a controverted passage in an ancient author. This is a defect of art, and a very serious defect. The more devoted of Mr. Browning's admirers will tell us no doubt that the poet is not bound to supply us with brains as well as poetry, and that if we cannot understand what he says, it is the fault simply of our stupidity. But an ordinary man who finds that he can understand Shakespeare and Milton, Dryden and Wordsworth, Byron and Keats without any trouble, may surely be excused if he does not set down his difficulty about some of Browning's poems wholly to the account of his own dullness. It may well be doubted whether there is any idea so subtle that if the poet can actually realize it in his own mind clearly for himself, the English language will not be found capable of expressing it with sufficient clearness. The language has been made to do this for the most refined reasonings of philosophical schools, for transcendentalists and utilitarians, for psychologists and metaphysicians. No intelligent person feels any difficulty in understanding what Mill or Herbert Spencer or Huxley means, and it can hardly be said that the ideas Mr. Browning desires to convey to his readers are more difficult of exposition than some of those which the authors we name have contrived to set out with a white light of clearness all round them. The plain truth is that Mr. Browning is a great poet in spite of some of the worst defects that ever stood between a poet and popularity. He is a great poet by virtue of his commanding genius, his fearless imagination, his penetrating pathos. He strikes an iron harp-string. In certain of his moods, his poetry is like that of the terrible lyre in the weird old Scottish ballad, the lyre that was made of the murdered maiden's breastbone, and which told its fearful tale in tones that would melt a heart of stone. In strength and depth of passion and pathos, in wild humour, in emotion of every kind, Mr. Browning is much superior to Mr. Tennyson. The poet laureate is the completer man. Mr. Tennyson is beyond doubt the most complete of the poets of Queen Victoria's time. No one else has the same combination of melody, beauty of description, culture, and intellectual power. He has sweetness and strength in exquisite combination. If a just balance of poetic powers were to be the crown of a poet, then undoubtedly Mr. Tennyson must be proclaimed the greatest English poet of our time. The reader's estimate of Browning and Tennyson will probably be decided by his predilection for the higher effort or the more perfect art. Browning's is surely the higher aim in poetic art, but of the art which he essays, Tennyson is by far the completer master. Tennyson has undoubtedly thrown away much of his sweetness and his exquisite grace of form on mere triflings and pretty conceits, and perhaps as a retribution those poems of his which are most familiar to the popular mouth are just those which least do justice to his genuine strength and intellect. The cheap sentiment of Lady Clara Vere de Vere, the yet cheaper pathos of the May Queen, are in the minds of thousands the choicest representation of the genius of the poet who wrote In Memoriam and the Morte d'Arthur. Mr. Browning, on the other hand, has chosen to court the approval of his time on terms of such disadvantage as an orator might who insisted in addressing an assemblage in some tongue which they but imperfectly understood. It is the fault of Mr. Browning himself if he has for his only audience and admirers men and women of culture, and misses altogether that broad public audience to which most poets have chosen to sing, and which all true poets, one would think, must desire to reach with their song. It is, on the other hand, assuredly Mr. Tennyson's fault if he has, by his too frequent condescension to the drawing-room and even the young ladies' school, made men and women of culture forget for the moment his best things and credit him with no higher gift than that of singing Virginibus puerisque. One quality ought to be mentioned as common to these two poets who have so little else in common. They are both absolutely faithful to nature and truth in their pictures of the earth and its scenes and seasons. Almost all the great poets of the past age, even including Wordsworth himself, were now and then content to generalize nature, to take some things for granted, to use their memory or the eyes of others rather than their own eyes, when they had to describe changes on leaf or sky or water. It is the characteristic of Tennyson and Browning that they deal with nature in a spirit of the most faithful loyalty. Not the branch of a tree, nor the cry of a bird, nor the shifting colours on sea or sky will be found described on their pages otherwise than as the eye sees for itself at the season of which the poet tells. In reading Tennyson's description of woodland and forest scenes, one might almost fancy that he can catch the exact peculiarities of sound in the rustling and moaning of each separate tree. In some of Mr. Browning's pictures of Italian scenery, every detail is so perfect that many a one journeying along an Italian road, and watching the little mouse-coloured cattle as they drink at the stream, may for a moment almost feel uncertain whether he is looking on a page of living reality, or recalling to memory a page from the author of The Ring and the Book. The poets seem to have returned to the fresh simplicity of a far distant age of poetry, when a man described exactly what he saw, and was put to describing it because he saw it. In most of the intermediate times, a poet describes because some other poet has described before, and has said that in nature that there are such and such beautiful things which every true poet must see, and is bound to acknowledge accordingly in his verse. These two are the greatest of our poets in the earlier part of the reign, indeed in the reign early or late so far. But there are other poets also of whom we must take account. Mrs. Browning has often been described as the greatest poetess of whom we know anything since Sappho. This description, however, seems to carry with it a much higher degree of praise than it really bears. It has to be remembered that there is no great poetess of whom we know anything from the time of Sappho to that of Mrs. Browning. In England we have hardly any woman but Mrs. Browning alone who really deserves to rank with poets. She takes a place altogether different from that of any Mrs. Hemans or such singer of sweet, mild, and innocent note. Mrs. Browning would rank higher among poets, without any allowance being claimed for her sex. But estimated in this way, which assuredly she would have chosen for herself, she can hardly be admitted to stand with the foremost even of our modern day. She is one of the most sympathetic of poets. She speaks to the hearts of numbers of readers who think Tennyson all too sweet, smooth, and trivial, and Robert Browning harsh and rugged. She speaks especially to the emotional in woman. In all moods, when men or women are distracted by the bewildering conditions of life, when they feel themselves alternately dazzled by its possibilities and baffled by its limitations, the poems of Elizabeth Browning ought to find sympathetic ears. But the poems are not the highest which might appeal to our own moods and echo our own plaints, and there was not much of creative genius in Mrs. Browning. Her poems are often but a prolonged sob, a burst of almost hysterical remonstrance or entreaty. It must be owned, however, that the egotism of emotion has seldom found such exquisite form of outpouring as in her so-called sonnets from the Portuguese, and that what the phraseology of a school would call the emotion of altruism has rarely been given forth in tones of such piercing pathos as in the cry of the children. Mr. Matthew Arnold's reputation was made before this earlier period had closed. He is a maker of such exquisite and thoughtful verse that it is hard sometimes to question his title to be considered a genuine poet. On the other hand, it is likely that the very grace and culture and thoughtfulness of his style inspire in many the first doubt of his claim to the name of poet. Where the art is evident and elaborate, we are all too apt to assume that it is all art and not genius. Mr. Arnold is a sort of miniature Goethe. We do not know that his most ardent admirers could demand a higher praise for him, while it is probable that the description will suggest exactly the intellectual peculiarities which lead so many to deny him a place with the really inspired singers of his day. Of the three men whom we have named, we should be inclined to say that Mr. Arnold made the very most of his powers, and Mr. Browning the very least. Mr. Arnold is a critic as well as a poet. There are many who relish him more in the critic than in the poet. In literary criticism his judgment is refined, and his aims are always high if his range is not very wide. In politics and theology he is somewhat apt to be at once fastidious and fantastic. The Song of the Shirt would give Thomas Hood a technical right, if he had none other, to be classed as a poet of the reign of Queen Victoria. The Song of the Shirt was published in Punch when the reign was well on, and after it appeared The Bridge of Sighs, and no two of Hood's poems have done more to make him famous. He is a genuine, though not a great poet, in whom humour was most properly to be defined as Thackeray had defined it, the blending of love and wit. The Song of the Shirt and The Bridge of Sighs made themselves a kind of monumental place in English sympathies. The plea of the Midsummer Fairies was written several years before. It alone would have made for its author a reputation. The Ballad of Fairinez is almost perfect in its way. The name of Sir Henry Taylor must be included with the poets of this reign, although his best work was done before the reign began. In his work, clear, strong intelligence prevails more than the emotional and the sensuous. He makes himself a poet by virtue of intellect and artistic judgment, for there really do seem some examples of a poet being made and not born. We can hardly bring Proctor among the Victorian poets. Macaulay's ringing verses are rather the splendid and successful tour de force of a clever man than the genuine lyrics of a poet. Arthur Clough was a man of rare promise, whose lamp was extinguished all too soon. Philip James Bailey startled the world by his Festus, and for a time made people believe that a great new poet was coming, but the impression did not last, and Bailey proved to be little more than the comet of a season. A spasmodic school which sprang up after the success of Festus, and which was led by a brilliant young Scotchman, Alexander Smith, passed away in a spasm as it came, and is now almost forgotten. Orion, an epic poem by Richard H. Horne, made a very distinct mark upon the time. Horne proved himself to be a sort of Landor Moncke, or perhaps a connecting link between the style of Landor and that of Browning. The earlier part of the reign was rich in singers, but the names and careers of most of them would serve rather to show that the poetic spirit was abroad, in that it sought expression in all manner of forms, than that there were many poets to dispute the place with Tennyson and Browning. It is not necessary here to record a list of mere names. The air was filled with the voices of minor singers. It was pleasant to listen to their piping, and the general effect may well be commended. But it is not necessary that the names of all the performers in an orchestra should be recorded for the supposed gratification of a posterity which assuredly would never stop to read the list. 36 years have passed away since Mr. Ruskin leaped into the literary arena with a spring as bold and startling as that of Kean on the Kemble-haunted stage. The little volume, so modest in its appearance and self-sufficient in its tone, which the author defiantly flung down like a gage of battle before the world, was entitled Modern Painters, Their Superiority in the Art of Landscape Painting to All the Ancient Masters, by a graduate of Oxford. It was a challenge to established beliefs and prejudices, and the challenge was delivered in the tone of one who felt confident that he could make good his words against any and all opponents. If there was one thing that more than another seemed to have been fixed and rooted in the English mind, it was that Claude and one or two others of the old masters possessed the secret of landscape painting. When therefore a bold young dogmatist involved in one common denunciation, Claude, Gaspar Poussin, Salvator Rosa, Raushdal, Paul Potter, Canaletto, and the various Van somethings and Cook somethings, more especially and malignantly those who have libelled the sea, it was no wonder that affronted authority raised its indignant voice and thundered at him. Affronted authority, however, gained little by its thunder. The young Oxford graduate possessed, along with genius and profound conviction, an imperturbable and magnificent self-conceit against which the surges of angry criticism dashed themselves in vain. Mr. Ruskin sprang into literary life simply as a vindicator of the fame and genius of Turner. But as he went on with his task, he found, or at least he convinced himself, that the vindication of the great landscape painter was essentially a vindication of all true art. Still further proceeding with his self-imposed task, he persuaded himself that the cause of true art was identical with the cause of truth, and that truth, from Ruskin's point of view, enclosed in the same rules and principles all the morals, all the science, industry, and daily business of life. Therefore, from an art critic, he became a moralist, a political economist, a philosopher, a statesman, a preacher, anything, everything that human intelligence can impel a man to be. All that he has written since his first appeal to the public has been inspired by this conviction, that an appreciation of the truth in art reveals to him who has it the truth in everything. This belief has been the source of Mr. Ruskin's greatest successes and of his most complete and ludicrous failures. It has made him the admiration of the world one week and the object of its placid pity or broad laughter the next. A being who could be Joan of Arc today and Voltaire's Pucelle tomorrow would hardly exhibit a stranger psychical paradox than the eccentric genius of Mr. Ruskin sometimes illustrates. But in order to do him justice, and not to regard him as a mere erratic utterer of eloquent contradictions poured out on the impulse of each moment's new freak of fancy, we must always bear in mind the fundamental faith of the man. Extravagant as this or that doctrine may be, outrageous as today's contradiction of yesterday's assertion may sound, yet the whole career is consistent with its essential beliefs and principles. It may be fairly questioned whether Mr. Ruskin has any great qualities but his eloquence and his true honest love of nature. As a man to stand up before a society of which one part was fashionably languid and the other part only too busy and greedy, and preach to it of nature's immortal beauty and of the true way to do her reverence, Ruskin has and had a position of genuine dignity. This ought to be enough for the work and for the praise of any man. But the restlessness of Ruskin's temperament, combined with the extraordinary self-sufficiency which contributed so much to his success where he was master of a subject, sent him perpetually intruding into fields where he was unfit to labour, and enterprises which he had no capacity to conduct. Seldom has a man contradicted himself so often, so recklessly, and so complacently as Mr. Ruskin. It is venturesome to call him a great critic even in art, for he seldom expresses any opinion one day without flatly contradicting it the next. He is a great writer as Rousseau was, fresh, eloquent, audacious, writing out of the fullness of the present mood and heedless how far the impulse of today may contravene that of yesterday. But as Rousseau was always faithful to his idea of truth, so Ruskin is always faithful to nature. When all his errors and paradoxes and contradictions shall have been utterly forgotten, this will remain to his praise. No man since Wordsworth's brightest days did half so much to teach his countrymen and those who speak his language how to appreciate and honour that silent nature which never did betray the heart that loved her. In fiction, as well as in poetry, there are two great names to be compared or contrasted when we turn to the literature of the earlier part of the reign. In the very year of Queen Victoria's accession appeared the Pickwick Papers, the work of the author who the year before had published the Sketches by Boz. The public soon recognized the fact that a new and wonderfully original force had come into literature. The success of Charles Dickens is absolutely unequalled in the history of English fiction. At the season of his highest popularity, Sir Walter Scott was not so popular an author. But that happened to Dickens which did not happen to Scott. When Dickens was at his zenith, and when it might have been thought that any manner of rivalry with him was impossible, a literary man who was no longer young, who had been working with but moderate success for many years in light literature, suddenly took to writing novels, and almost in a moment stepped up to a level with the author of Pickwick. During the remainder of their careers, the two men stood as nearly as possible on the same level. Dickens always remained by far the more popular of the two, but on the other hand, it may be safely said that the opinion of the literary world in general was inclined to favour Thackeray. From the time of the publication of Vanity Fair, the two were always put side by side for comparison or contrast. They have been sometimes likened to Fielding and Smollett, but no comparison could be more misleading or less happy. Smollett stands on a level distinctly and considerably below that of Fielding, but Dickens cannot be said to stand thus below Thackeray. If the comparison were to hold at all, Thackeray must be compared to Fielding, for Fielding is not in the least like Dickens. But then it must be allowed that Smollett wants many of the higher qualities of the author of David Copperfield. It is natural that men should compare Dickens and Thackeray, but the two will be found to be curiously unlike when once a certain superficial resemblance ceases to impress the mind. Their ways of treating a subject were not only dissimilar, but were absolutely in contrast. They started to begin with under the influence of a totally different philosophy of life, if that is to be called a philosophy, which was probably only the result of peculiarity of temperament in each case. Dickens set out on the literary theory that in life everything is better than it looks. Thackeray with the impression that it is worse. In the one case, there was somewhat too much of a mechanical interpretation of everything for the best in the best possible world. In the other, the savour of cynicism was at times a little annoying. As each writer went on, the peculiarity became more and more a mannerism. But the writings of Dickens were far more deeply influenced by his peculiarities of feeling or philosophy than those of Thackeray. A large share of the admiration which is popularly given to Dickens is undoubtedly a tribute to what people consider his cheerful view of life. In that, too, he is especially English. In this country, the artistic theory of France and other continental nations, borrowed from the aesthetic principles of Greece, which accords the palm to the artistic treatment rather than to the subject or the purpose or the way of looking at things, has found hardly any broad and general acceptation. The popularity of Dickens was therefore in great measure due to the fact that he set forth life in cheerful lights and colours. He had, of course, gifts of far higher artistic value. He could describe anything that he saw with a fidelity which Balzac could not have surpassed, and like Balzac he had a way of inspiring inanimate objects with a mystery and motive of their own, which gave them often a weird and fascinating individuality. But it must be owned that if Dickens' peculiar philosophy were effaced from his works, the fame of the author would remain a very different thing from what it is at the present moment. On the other hand, it would be possible to cut out of Thackeray all his little cynical, melancholy sentences and reduce his novels to bare descriptions of life and character, without affecting in any sensible degree his influence on the reader or his position in literature. Thackeray had a marvellously keen appreciation of human motive and character within certain limits. If Dickens could draw an old quaint house or an odd family interior as faithfully and yet as picturesquely as Balzac, so on the other hand not Balzac himself could analyse and illustrate the weaknesses and foibles of certain types of character with greater subtlety of judgment and force of exposition than Thackeray. Dickens had little or no knowledge of human character, and evidently cared very little about the study. His stories are fairy tales made credible by the masterly realism with which he described all the surroundings and accessories, the costumes and the ways of his men and women. While we are reading of a man whose odd peculiarities strike us with a sense of reality, as if we had observed them for ourselves many a time, while we see him surrounded by streets and houses which seem to us rather more real and 100 times more interesting than those through which we pass every day, we are not likely to observe very quickly, or to take much heed of the fact, when we do observe it, that the man acts on various important occasions of his life as only people in fairy stories ever do act. Thackeray, on the other hand, cared little for descriptions of externals. He left his readers to construct for themselves the greater part of the surroundings of his personages from his description of the characters of the personages themselves. He made us acquainted with the man or woman in his chapters as if we had known him or her all our life. And knowing Pendennis or Becky Sharp, we had no difficulty in constructing the surroundings of either for ourselves. Thus it will be seen that these two eminent authors had not only different ideas about life, but absolutely contrasting principles of art. One worked from the externals inward, the other realized the unseen and left the externals to grow of themselves. 3 great peculiarities, however, they shared. Each lived and wrote of and for London. Dickens created for art the London of the middle and poorer classes. Thackeray did the same for the London of the upper class, and for those who strive to imitate their ways. Neither ever even attempted to describe a man kept constantly above or beyond the atmosphere of mere egotism by some sustaining greatness or even intensity of purpose. In Dickens, as in Thackeray, The emotions described are those of conventional life merely. This is not to be said in disparagement of either artist. It is rather a tribute to an artist's knowledge of his own capacity and sphere of work, that he only attempts to draw what he thoroughly understands. But it is proper to remark of Dickens and of Thackeray, as of Balzac, that the life they described was, after all, but the life of a coterie or a quarter, and that there existed, side by side with their field of work, a whole world of emotion, aspiration, struggle, defeat, and triumph, of which their brightest pages do not give a single suggestion. This is the more curious to observe because of the third peculiarity which Dickens and Thackeray had in common, a love for the purely ideal and romantic in fiction. There are many critics who hold that Dickens in Barnaby Rudge and The Tale of Two Cities, Thackeray in Esmond, exhibited powers which vindicated for their possessors a very rare infusion of that higher poetic spirit which might have made of both something greater than the painters of the manners of a day and a class. But to paint the manners of a day and a class, as Dickens and Thackeray have done, is to deserve fame and the gratitude of posterity. The age of Victoria may claim in this respect an equality at least with that of the reign which produced Fielding and Smollett. For if there are some who would demand for Fielding a higher place on the whole than can be given either to Dickens or to Thackeray, there are not many, on the other hand, who would not say that either Dickens or Thackeray is distinctly superior to Smollett. The age must claim a high place in art, which could, in one department alone, produce two such competitors. Their effect upon their time was something marvellous. People talked Dickens or thought Thackeray. End of section 29. Section 30 of A History of Our Own Times, Volume 2 by Justin McCarthy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Pamela Nagami. Chapter 29, The Literature of the Reign, First Survey, Part 4. Passion, it will be seen, counted for little in the works of Dickens and Thackeray. Dickens, indeed, could draw a conventionally or dramatically wicked man with much power and impressiveness, and Thackeray could suggest certain forms of vice with wonderful delicacy and yet vividness. But the passions which are common to all human natures in their elementary moods made but little play in the novels of either writer. Both were in this respect, for all their originality and genius in other ways, highly and even exclusively conventional. There was apparently a sort of understanding in the minds of each, indeed Thackeray has admitted as much in his preface to Pendennis, that men and women are not to be drawn as men and women are known to be, but with certain reserves to suit conventional etiquette. It is somewhat curious that the one only novel writer who during the period we are now considering came into any real rivalry with them was one who depended on passion altogether for her material and her success. The novels of a young woman, Charlotte Brontë, compelled all English society into a recognition not alone of her own sterling power and genius, but also of the fact that profound and passionate emotion was still the stuff out of which great fiction could be constructed. Exaltations, agonies, and love, and man's unconquerable mind were taken by Charlotte Brontë as the matter out of which her art was to produce its triumphs. The novels which made her fame, Jane Eyre and Villette, are positively aflame with passion and pain. They have little variety. They make hardly any pretense to accurate drawing of ordinary men and women in ordinary life, or at all events under ordinary conditions. The authoress had little of the gift of the mere storyteller, and her own peculiar powers were exerted sometimes with indifferent success. The familiar on whom she depended for her inspiration would not always come at call. She had little genuine relish for beauty, except the beauty of a weird melancholy and of decay. But when she touched the chord of elementary human emotion with her best skill, then it was impossible for her audience not to feel that they were under the spell of a power rare indeed in our well-ordered days. The absolute sincerity of the author's expression of feeling lent it great part of its strength and charm. Nothing was ever said by her because it seemed to society the right sort of thing to say. She told a friend that she felt sure Jane Eyre would have an effect on readers in general because it had so great an effect on herself. It would be possible to argue that the great strength of the books lay in their sincerity alone, that Charlotte Brontë was not so much a woman of extraordinary genius as a woman who looked her own feelings fairly in the face and painted them as she saw them. But the capacity to do this would surely be something which we could not better describe than by the word genius. Charlotte Brontë was far from being an artist of fulfilled power. She's rather to be regarded as one who gave evidence of extraordinary gifts which might, with time and care and under happier artistic auspices, have been turned to such account as would have made for her a fame with the very chiefs of her tribe. She died at an age hardly more mature than that at which Thackeray won his first distinct literary success, much earlier than the age at which some of our greatest novelists brought forth their first completed novels. But she left a very deep impression on her time, and the time that has come and is coming after her. No other hand in the age of Queen Victoria has dealt with human emotion so powerfully and so truthfully. Hers were not cheerful novels. A cold, grey, mournful atmosphere hangs over them. One might imagine that the shadow of an early death is forecast on them. They love to linger among the glooms of nature, to haunt her darkling wintry twilights, to study her stormy sunsets, to link man's destiny and his hopes, fears, and passions somehow with the glare and gloom of storm and darkness, and to read the symbols of his fate as the foredoomed and passion-wasted Antony did in the cloud masses that are Black Vesper's pageants. The supernatural had a constant vague charm for Charlotte Brontë, as the painful had. Man was to her a being torn between passionate love and the most ignoble impulses and ambitions and common-day occupations of life. Woman was a being of equal passion, still more sternly and cruelly doomed to repression and renunciation. It was a strange fact that in the midst of the splendid material successes and the quietly triumphant intellectual progress of this most prosperous and well-ordered age, when even in its poetry and its romance passion was systematically toned down and put in thrall to good taste and propriety, this young writer should have suddenly come out with her books, all thrilling with emotion and all protesting in the strongest possible manner against the theory that the loves and hates of men and women had been tamed by the process of civilization. Perhaps the very novelty of the apparition was in great measure a part of its success. Charlotte Brontë did not indeed influence the general public, or even the literary public, to anything like the same extent that Thackeray and Dickens did. She appeared and passed away almost in a moment. As Miss Martineau said of her, she stole like a shadow into literature and then became a shadow again. But she struck very deeply into the heart of the time. If her writings were only, as has been said of them, a cry of pain, yet they were such a cry as once heard lingers and echoes in the mind for ever after. Godwin declared that he would write in Caleb Williams a book which would leave no man who read it the same as he was before. Something not unlike this might be said of Jane Eyre. No one who read it was exactly the same as he had been before he opened its weird and wonderful pages. No man could well have made more of his gifts than Lord Lytton. Before the coming up of Dickens and Thackeray, he stood above all living English novelists. Perhaps this is rather to the reproach of English fiction of the day than to the renown of Lord Lytton. But even after Dickens and Thackeray and Charlotte Brontë, and later and not less powerful and original writers had appeared in the same field, he still held a place of great mark in literature. That he was not a man of genius is perhaps conclusively proved by the fact that he was able so readily to change his style to suit the tastes of each day. He began by writing of fops and roués of a time now almost forgotten. Then he made heroes of highwaymen and murderers, Afterwards he tried the philosophic and mildly didactic style. Then he turned to mysticism and spiritualism. Later still, he wrote of the French Second Empire. Whatever he tried to do, he did well. Besides his novels, he wrote plays and poems, and his plays are among the very few modern productions which managed to keep the stage. He played too, and with much success, at being a statesman and an orator. Not Demosthenes himself had such difficulties of articulation to contend against in the beginning, and Demosthenes conquered his difficulties, while some of those in the way of Lord Lytton proved unconquerable. Yet Lord Lytton did somehow contrive to become a great speaker, and to seem occasionally like a great orator in the House of Commons. He was at the very least a superb phrase-maker, and he could turn to account every scrap of knowledge in literature, art, or science which he happened to possess. His success in the House of Commons was exactly like his success in romance and the drama. He threw himself into competition with men of far higher original gifts, and he made so good a show of contesting with them that in the minds of many the victory was not clearly with his antagonists. There was always, for example, a considerable class, even among educated persons, who maintained that Lytton was in his way quite the peer of Thackeray and Dickens. His plays, or some of them, obtained a popularity second only to those of Shakespeare, and although nobody cared to read them, yet people were always found to go and look at them. When Lytton went into the House of Commons for the second time, he found audiences which were occasionally tempted to regard him as the rival of Gladstone and Bright. Not a few persons saw in all this a sort of superb charlatanerie, and indeed it is certain that no man ever made and kept a genuine success in so many different fields as those in which Lord Lytton tried and seemed to succeed. But he had splendid qualities. He had everything short of genius. He had indomitable patience, inexhaustible power of self-culture, and a capacity for assimilating the floating ideas of the hour which supplied the place of originality. He borrowed from the poet the knack of poetical expression, and from the dramatist the trick of construction. From the Byronic time its professed scorn for the false gods of the world, and from the more modern period of popular science and sham mysticism its extremes of materialism and magic. And of these and various other borrowings he made up an article which no one else could have constructed out of the same materials. He was not a great author, but he was a great literary man. Mr. Disraeli's novels belong in some measure to the school of Pelham and Godolphin, but it should be said that Mr. Disraeli's Vivian Grey was published before Pelham made its appearance. In all that belongs to political life, Mr. Disraeli's novels are far superior to those of Lord Lytton. We have nothing in our literature to compare with some of the best of Mr. Disraeli's novels for light political satire and for easy, accurate characterization of political cliques and personages. But all else in Disraeli's novels is sham. The sentiment, the poetry, the philosophy, all these are sham. They have not half the appearance of reality about them that Lytton has contrived to give to his efforts of the same kind. In one at least of Disraeli's latest novels, the political sketches and satirizing became sham also. Alton Locke was published nearly 30 years ago. Then Charles Kingsley became to most boys in Great Britain who read books at all a sort of living embodiment of chivalry, liberty, and a revolt against the established order of class oppression in so many spheres of our society. For a long time he continued to be the chosen hero of young men with the youthful spirit of revolt in them, with dreams of republics and ideas about the equality of man. Later on he commanded other admiration for other qualities, for the championship of slave systems, of oppression, and the iron reign of mere force. But though Charles Kingsley always held a high place somewhere in popular estimation, he is not to be rated very highly as an author. He described glowing scenery admirably, and he rang the changes vigorously on his 2 or 3 ideas, the muscular Englishman, the glory of the Elizabethan discoveries, and so on. He was a scholar, and he wrote verses which sometimes one is on the point of mistaking for poetry, So much of the poet's feeling have they in them. He did a great many things very cleverly. Perhaps if he had done less, he might have done better. Human capacity is limited. It is not given to mortal to be a great preacher, a great philosopher, a great scholar, a great poet, a great historian, a great novelist, and an indefatigable country parson. Charles Kingsley never seems to have made up his mind for which of these callings to go in especially, and being with all his versatility not at all many-sided, but strictly one-sided and almost one-ideaed, the result was that while touching success at many points, he absolutely mastered it at none. Since his novel Westward Ho, he never added anything substantial to his reputation. All this acknowledged, however, it must still be owned that failing in this, that, and the other attempt, and never achieving any real and enduring success, Charles Kingsley was an influence and a man of mark in the Victorian age. Perhaps a word ought to be said of the rattling romances of Irish electioneering, love-making, and fighting, which set people reading Charles O'Malley and Jack Hinton, even when Pickwick was still a novelty. Charles Lever had wonderful animal spirits and a broad, bright humour. He was quite genuine in his way. He afterwards changed his style completely and with much success, and will be found in the later part of the period holding just the same relative place as in the earlier, just behind the foremost men, but in manner so different that he might be a new writer who had never read a line of the roistering adventures of light dragoons, which were popular when Charles Lever first gave them to the world. There was nothing great about Lever, but the literature of the Victorian period would not be quite all that we know it without him. There are many other popular novelists during the period we have passed over, some in their day more popular than either Thackeray or Charlotte Brontë. Many of us can remember, without being too much ashamed of the fact, that there were early days when Mr. James and his Cavaliers and his chivalric adventures gave nearly as much delight as Walter Scott could have given to the youth of a preceding generation. But Walter Scott is with us still, young and old, and poor James is gone. His once famous solitary horseman has ridden away into actual solitude, and the shades of night have gathered over his heroic form. The founding of Punch drew together a host of clever young writers, some of whom made a really deep mark on the literature of their time, and the combined influence of whom in this artistic and literary undertaking was on the whole decidedly healthy. Thackeray was by far the greatest of the regular contributors to Punch in its early days. But The Song of the Shirt appeared in its pages, and some of the brightest of Douglas Jerrold's writings made their appearance there. Punch was a thoroughly English production. It had little or nothing in common with the comic periodicals of Paris. It ignored absolutely and of set purpose the whole class of subjects which make up 3/4 of the stock in trade of a French satirist. The escapades of husbands and the infidelities of wives form the theme of by far the greater number of the humorous sketches with pen and pencil in Parisian comicalities. Punch kept altogether aloof from such unsavoury subjects. It had an advantage, of course, which was habitually denied to the French papers. It had unlimited freedom of political satire and caricature. Politics and the more trivial troubles and trials of social life gave subjects to Punch. The inequalities of class and the struggles of ambitious and vain persons to get into circles higher than their own, or at least to imitate their manners, these supplied for Punch the place of the class of topics on which French papers relied when they had to deal with the domestic life of the nation. Punch started by being somewhat fiercely radical, but gradually toned away into a sort of intelligent and respectable conservatism. Its artistic sketches were from the first to last admirable. Some men of true genius wrought for it with the pencil as others did with the pen. Doyle, Leech, and Tenniel were men of whom any school of art might well be proud. A remarkable sobriety of style was apparent in all their humours. Of later years, caricature has absolutely no place in the illustrations to Punch. The satire is quiet, delicate, and no doubt superficial. It is a satire of manners, dress, and social ways altogether. There is justice in the criticism that of late more especially the pages of Punch give no idea whatever of the emotions of the English people. There is no suggestion of grievance, of bitterness, of passion or pain. It is all made up of the pleasures and annoyances of the kind of life which is enclosed in a garden party. But it must be said that Punch has thus always succeeded in maintaining a good, open, convenient, neutral ground, where young men and maidens, girls and boys, elderly politicians and staid matrons, law, trade, science, all sects and creeds may safely and pleasantly mingle. It is not so, to be sure, that great satire is wrought. A Swift or a Juvenal is not thus to be brought out. But a votary of the present would have his answer simple and conclusive. We live in the age of Punch. We do not live in the age of Juvenal or Swift. End of section 30. Recording by Pamela Nagami, MD, in Encino, California, July 2019. End of a history of our own times from the accession of Queen Victoria to the general election of 1880, Volume 2, by Justin McCarthy.